Hello. There we go, and welcome back, YouTube. So, now we're gonna head into the heckin' Stationeering. Yeah, then Hunger Gates with, eyes. Hunger was staring at this mug of coffee. And check out the stream manager. Why doesn't that go through? I've pushed them on more than once now. Damn you, Twitch. There you go. Category changed. Everything should be working. Let's open up Steam. There we go. Yeah, I gotta add some more effects, all kind of things that should be done to improve the stream, but I keep on getting distracted. And bump. Then switch over to the live scene. There we go. Come on, OBS. There you go. Finally caught up. Well, we'll be there. Look like this. Will it be faster? Or slower? Hope for the best. Lovely. Game audio worked correctly this time. There we go, and off to Europa we go. Stay frosty. Right. Yeah, last time we just pulled in cable pipes for the nitrogen, carbon dioxide, and the oxygen. The carbon dioxide and the nitrogen are going into a gas mixer. We'll be probably just mixing them 50-50. It's close enough. And then we're gonna pump that shit into the greenhouse. Once the greenhouse gets properly voided, we have these mega turbo things. We're gonna have to move this one. Condensation is happening in the pipe, which is bad. So I was thinking that what if we expand this pipe a little this way, the vent goes there, and then we put a liquid drain. Because the problem is, because this thing increases the pressure too much, and with the oxygen being that cold, it turns liquid under higher pressure, so then the liquid oxygen would pour out, not bust the pipe. Wait. We can choose the direction for the passive liquid drains as well, can't we? So we can actually have that then also bent up away from this room. Fucking fantastic. So, now one of the many problems is that if we do this, we're going to have to make a proper airlock there as well. These are airtight for now. This is going to be the giant greenhouse. That's going to have to turn into an airlock. So for now, that's okay. And this is our Larry experimentation area, where we're going to try to make Larry plant some plants. And eventually, well, the whole thing is going to freaking expand. Well, hello there, Twilight Magpie. Looks like I sleep here tonight. Why, thank you. I hope you get some good rest, and I hope the environment isn't too stressful, and in general remains pleasantly calming. Oh, I just realized we could put a water tank here because we do our funny little water filtration systems up there. We even cooled it down. Now we have one pump sucking it into the tank we use for our living area. The same water source could be then used to pump it down here. And we can have, the water pipes running under the floor, going around here. Heck yeah. And then we could dedicate some area here for, I don't know, water heating and cooling. That is a cute little butt wiggle. I'll tab out so I can see what to call this. It's a broccoli. Nice one. Insert panic screeching, sleep well. Nice. I like that. And the external pressure has gone a little bit down. And so first things first, let's see about not clumsy. We have the nitrogen and the carbon dioxide go to that gas mixture. So this is the green will be greenhouse gas. I want to put it in here because I want to have this tank also then be the one that sucks in air from here, so that when we leave and enter, the air getting removed from this room will not be affecting the pressure and air inside here at all. And then from here we'll be in general pumping air into the room. The oxygen pipe will be linked to a separate system here, where we will be pulling in we'll be having to probably put in a little bit of oxygen in here just so our dude can hang out without a suit should I feel like it. We might not, because eventually the plants will fill it with oxygen and then they'll be overproducing oxygen. And that's why we need here filtration systems to filter oxygen away from this tank back into that pipe actually. So this is more of an out pipe than an in pipe. So these are coming in, that'll be going out. And the excess oxygen needs to be filtered out, and we can use the filtration systems and stick in a thing, an IC10 chip, so that it can automatically detect the ratio of the gases inside here. Why am I lagging a little? Oh well. That's fine. Now, we're gonna have to deal with this. In the sense that might as well, make use of that space. Because we have a roof here. We have walls, at least on this side. We have walls on that side. Well, speaking of panic screeching, there's one thing I need to do now. Well, a couple actually. We gotta fix this thing. Easy enough. And where's the other one? We gotta turn off this one. And we put on our everything playlist. I might as well start with my favorite song. And I'll tap again because now I hit OBS. There we go. Heckin' wonderful. Right, so then we're gonna have railings here. We can do something, well, mostly because it looks nice. Well, inspired by the dwarves, we shall of course initiate mining. Wait, do we have... Oh, you're full. That's okay. It's always fun because I can build like floors and walls, everything with frames. So then I discovered a place like, ooh, I created all these nooks and crannies and interesting shapes down here, didn't I? Right, so that's gonna be... This goes outside, that goes outside. I think we're gonna put a block here. And then... We got a wall there. What did I just see? I was thinking I could walk us out of here somewhere. This one is meant to be... was meant to be... You know, I want one there. We at least do that. Then we'll have to have a closer look at that room behind us. Now, yes, I could be using actual walls to build more, but I'm just, I don't know, I've been playing too much Vintage Story, too many block games. It just feels wrong if I'm not building with blocks. Doesn't feel proper. Alright, so that means we then go through here and we check. Do I need... I don't. No, the spray gun, motherfucking arc welder, and then we'll weld up these blockies. Yeah, it'll also look better because it, like, evens out there. Just got an apartment, the place is set for... You did, Axel? Congratulations, man, congratulations. That's amazing. Freaking amazing. Congratulations, dude. I'm really happy for you. Holy shit. Right. Then we do... Perfect. We do this one, that one, this one. Not the terrain manipulator. Mighty thing. Also, because if we then at any point feel like, you know what, we need something to go inside, like, I know the floors, things need to go deeper down. Then it's easier to, you know, demolish a cube and add walls around it. And suddenly, you know, fire out a new cube from somewhere. Okay, we need a cube there as well, just in case. I'm paranoid. Of all my constructions. Ooh, wrong one. This one. Open this one, and the black one, and the black box of construct. And then, just to make sure we can actually get in there. I'm paranoid, I'm dead. Oh no. Father, you found me. For all these years. Oh no. And I've run out of frames. Well, we need to make more frames anyway. Oh. I love hearing like this lovely music from good RPG games because, well, you know, it brings you back. I really need to replay this Pillars of Exile. Pillars of Eternity, sorry. Path of Exile, Pillars of Eternity. Both have the PoE acronym. Especially because they did buy the whole, what was it, Isles of Deadfire? Number 2. Never played it. And I really should. Number 1 was freaking amazing. Lovely point and click adventure game. Wait, no. Not a point and click, but, well, cool game. Okay, so now we'd have... Yeah. I see it. I see this. And right, yeah, those won't work there. Because I want this to be atmospherically separate from all of that. So these gotta go. We can look at putting in... Well, we can use these plastic walls, I guess. We use the crowbar to rip them out. They go inside the brown box. Nope. They go hang out there for now, because the brown box is, in fact, full. Which is good news for us, because we need to put down a lot of floors eventually. With the way I'm building shit. Oh, there you go. Here are the flat walls, but we're not going to use those for this one. We said look inside the pink box. Throw that shit on the ground. Closet window. Type 2s be the one to go. So we do pom pom. So facing me. There we go. Now that'll be a fun thing to add. So, because I've been playing so many games like Stationeers, and he recently got into... Well, yesterday got into Dwarf Fortress again. Man, love that game. There we go. Because then we can have a nice sort of roof that makes sense down here. And we can just have something that'll at least isolate us from that space. Yeah. Then we gotta figure out how do we connect these spaces. Because I was thinking, if we put a wall here, actually, so we actually did separate this space from that space. We could put a wall... Yeah, okay, so we turn this little nook here now into the airlock. Because, you know, we have to protect your greenhouse. So we need multiple airlocks. Every entrance must be an airlock. So, put a door here. Turn the space in between into a proper airlock. Then we turn... Put a wall here, and a door... So this would then be local atmospherics, dealing with the greenhouse gases, oxygen filtration, maybe other shit. Then those pipes go up here, and they link up with oxygen there. Freaking fantastic. So this will be, you know, maintenance room. We could see if we could bring in the water here as well. Shouldn't be that impossible. Then we have all of the sort of tanks and things here. To the point that maybe we rip out the gas mixture from there. Then we have our 3 pipes coming in here. And we'll have local tanks here for all the things. So nitrogen, carbon dioxide, oxygen. Nitrogen, carbon dioxide then get mixed, sent into here, from there to there. filtered oxygen goes to oxygen, and then that is pumped out. That would make sense, because then in case something bad happens in, gas filtration system, it won't risk our greenhouse. Plus, the gas filtration tanks will fill up at some point. So we need to get ready for that one. So having all that, not all of that, but having a, some place to put more gas would be good. Then in general, that's entire space there. Oh, it's just organizing shit. So we put walls here. Yep, okay. We get in there. We'll use these. There you go. Now that bugger's locked off. We look at the... Oh, wrong. Maybe we'll have to change the color of the plastic from white. White seems to be the default cardboard box, so my default cardboard boxes are... well, slightly harder to identify. Yeah, no. I think that one makes sense for a structured wall for an airlock. The floor's gotta go. We could put something underneath. Ooh, yes. And then this one's airlock can also be linked to these green pipes. It will also be dealing with this tank, so it will also not be bothering the pressure and gas mixture in here. Heck yeah. But goddamn, Axel, just reading that message makes me so happy for you. That is amazing news. Wait, we got freaking airlock kits. We could. I was thinking, I'm gonna need doors and shit. Basement is blocked by 0. Heavy cable corner. Okay, these look neat, so we're gonna use those instead of the regular doors. Heavy cable. Yeah, that's gonna be mildly annoying, but nothing bad. Alright, let's fix it. I'll put you there, so we remember you exist. We close a whole bunch of these, so we're gonna get to our power back. Oh. Get back there. Middle one. And wire cutter. No reason for this not to go along the floor. That might be the better way, actually. Then it won't get in the way of stuff up here. You see, this bit going up here makes sense because it's for the lights. Now one needs to get there because, Larry and height. Yeah, we need to get this way. It's gonna be A-okay. Because we are going to add floor grating down here as well, especially down here. Oh, that shit look nice. Nice. Might I have to change the color, and you know what? It's fine. It's fine. We'll look into it when it's time. And the good part is if we have all the filtration happening in one room, it'll be easier to add more filtration units if necessary. Because I don't know what all kinds of freaky plants there might be out there, out in space, aliens and shit. For now, you're getting power. You're no longer in the way. You will probably go back there at some point, but for now, we're happy with moving you away. Large panel arrow. I kind of want to see what this would look like. I like it. Except for the orientation. So it's on the left. I realize I can't see where that is now. I'm just glad I'll finally have a proper internet at home. It's 1 megabyte to 5 megabytes down. Yeah. That is the wonders of living in a valley. Yeah. I do enjoy having access to proper internet. There's one arrow. You know, I think we're gonna do more silly. Well, not silly, but
hydration critical.
Aesthetic choices. Oh, you bastard. How did you... Oh, you reset. That's what happened. Well, my dude needs to go have a drink. That'll be soon. And now, womp womp. Please be... There we go. Not the way around. I was hoping it would be... acceptable. And now... I should be able to do that, so bump bump. And... like the other logs, we'll build it with the wires pretty much facing inward. Angle grinder. Oh. Here, we do that. Oh, our friend is so hungry. There you go. Oh yeah, it's gonna be grand. But for now, I guess we'll have to go take care of our silly little fellows, silly little human needs. He's having himself his wine and dine and have a shower. start by getting naked, eating our loaf, staring at another moon. Night has fallen. I'm getting cleansed from our filth. There we go. All our shit is on. Waste. Internal pressure is mildly low, so we can just empty it into here. It's okay. It's a CO2. And we have a whole bunch of flour for many, many breads. We have a whole bunch of water for many, many drinks. We have a space for many liters of wastewater. And once we got our plant production going, that's when we can start doing more interesting things. Like making charcoal. And then we can have our water filtration system actually filtering shit. And at some point, I guess I'll just have to play more of that freaking Mars game. If nothing else, I might have had agreed to a funny little plan. Oh, you got steel frames. There you go. Make more. A minimum of 2. And that is to have a look-see at closer to Valentine's Day. There might be a day of doing logistics with the power of friendship. Oh, no. Yeah, that works there. Now here I'm seeing the sort of padded curved walls matching the... Okay, this one might end up becoming sort of, shall we say, unusually elaborate. Just because I see it, in my mind's eye. But now we open this one and we look at what do we have? What kind of things do we still need? We need passive vents. We don't need them insulated, not for this space. And that's all we got, so neat. Liquid drains. That is for the other guy. Powered vent will be... I tried to build a small one with powered vents and they didn't really work. So we're going to use just use the active vents because it's a single grid. I wonder if we had, instead of just 2, could we have 4 in here? Because I think... Okay. Getting just distracted again. Because I think that we could have like... They're long and angled. I feel like these somehow fit into the padded curved walls with light fittings. We'll see if those actually do work. But it could look, like I said, rather neat. Then we could have a console, a sensor, pull the cables through a corner somewhere or something, and then we could probably fit 4 vents there. So we need active vents for those. Which means we will need, well, a minimum of 2 passives. Let's do here. You're done. we're not done. Does 13k verts feel like too much for the main character? I have no idea, Caffeinator. I've been doing like really shitty polygon and sprite art and like hand drawn nonsense for my art. It depends on what you're doing, you know? Are you making a simple game, or are you trying to make something like really visually artistically unique, or what? Oh, please stop. Well, we needed a couple. We needed a few more than just a couple. You wouldn't happen to be... Ooh, you an empty box perchance? You are heckin' perfect. There we go. While that happens, we look here. There's none there. This game jam has to run in the browser, 30k might be pushing it a little. What character I've heard runs about 20k, but I doubt you can get code to run in any browser. Very true. Another reason for, you know, the tragic fate of getting your extra fancy 3D animated characters to then be smooshed down into sprite sheets, because those then take less space. And you know what? That's probably good enough. Hey, no. We need 1 unit of advanced airlock. We'll get there. No rush with it. All right. You get those. You can hang there. Yeah, but I'm making a 3D game this time, so no sprite sheets for me. Try it. Do not optimize if not needed. Very good points on Kira. And here we go. So our aesthetics, we can have them like that. Then We're gonna go over, but not in this way through. I'm assuming... not visible there. So in this case, the light is the issue. I do like the option to be lazy. Yeah? Well, especially on a game jam, yeah. Don't do it unless you need you need to, and if you're not sure, then test. Because it could be that you would end up just, creating more work, which wasn't necessary. Rather than fixing any real problem. So, I want to make that work. F2. Adding arch vent. Light fitting top. That's what I want to make. So we need two padded walls. I think we used all the padded walls we had to make these wonderful ceilings here. I'm gonna break anyway. My wrist hurts. That is, if nothing, a decent sign that yes, it'd be a good idea for a break. Bump. There's too many games. So many cool games, so many things to do, so many cool games to play. So there was a problem, because even just curving it isn't really enough. Knowing that it has that light fitting, yeah, yet the light fitting isn't really, well, fitting. Do you think that it has a light fitting, you'd have a light that could fit? I was assuming like, hey, this light angled light would fit in there, but not sure how. A long light. See, that one would actually go. So what if we put it this way on the ceiling? Let's know for a fact that we're not putting it down there. Which does help, because that means we could probably put the vents on the floor. Oh, I was planning a cutscene, and the game is first person. So maybe the character I just made is used in the cutscene, but never used in-game. Ah! That's not better to realize that, sooner than later. Like, wait a minute. Will anyone ever even see this? Okay. Oh, right. Put you in there. Yeah. There we go. So that way we can then just have a couple of passive vents on this side. And it's good enough. So the other side will be linking them to there. But for now, I guess, just to make sure the shit, you know, can be used and tested, we'll just attach those there. Then we need the sensor. Do we have any left? Sadly, doesn't really look like it. We even haven't had an advanced airlock ready to go. Heckin' wonderful. I'll put you there. Then... wait. Maybe we do have one. Logic, memory, processor, storage motherboard, computer, logic transmitter, music boxes. We did have sensors. Neat. I'm just gonna put it there because it feels like it would look neat. Fuck. Just buckets. Can't do this. Because these guys have their power links here, and we can't put a power line through an active vent, but we could have two here. Okay, that doesn't fix the issue of, because then the pipes to come out here into the stairs, and that's the only reason really why I'm having a sort of quote-unquote issue here. Well, I guess the solution is, in the end, far simpler. We move it one step towards here, then you'd come out here. I kind of like this to being a... I'm probably going to have to try both and see potential issues with both approaches. Oh, I had to chop off the arms and attach the camera for in-game, and that closes the camera. 16K versus def, not a waste. Cool. Game plan sort of solidified. Nice. That's it, man. That is the joy and the very point. The very soul of a game jam. Experimentation. Wait, let's finish this thing here. We don't need you anymore. Sort of no matter what. There we go. do believe it's a welder. We need some steely sheeties. And a crowbar. And some plasticky sheeties. Yeah, now those power things are there. Wait. There like that for now. Switch on over to the wrench. There we go. Now, can we actually get all this wired, though? That we'll have to check. The wiring box. There we go. Now we force it open. Switch over to the wire cutters, and look at our giant amounts of cable. Yeah, blocked by airlock. Shit. Oh well, no worries. It only means that idea with that way of setting them up won't work. We'll simplify it a little bit, I hope. There you go. We wrench those, and we make them curve that way. Where's these? Can continue straight. We tried, chat. We tried to make us a little interesting padded wall thingy. We can look at the curved walls. They would at least follow the shape of the door a bit. We'll see how those work out. For now, though. Okay, so we can get wires across from the top. Good. Hmm. They're all connected. They're all connected. All you're missing now is the gas sensor. So, I would just rename everything and we would be good to go. Now the thing needs its own APC. Which is potentially an issue. Well, not necessarily. See, if we get a continuation of the thick power wire coming in here, only the APC on this side. We should work. But not you. You have my colored cables. Heavy and colored heavies, medium heavies. Oh, there it was. Well, like, don't I have an APC? I did. Having it that way around makes me mightily annoyed, but it might be necessary. We'll find out soon enough. Once we open up this box and we see, can we? We can. Alright, good.
Hunger caution.
That won't be the best way to do this. Should we have... And that guy gets here. What if this one also then came all the way here? Should work. Let's see. Airlock says no. There we go. Yep. Acting perfect. Everything still works. Because what we're going to do is move this APC to the ceiling. Come on. Lights are back on. Power's coming in. Everything is going a-okay. Then we hand drill that guy away. One. And wire cutters to the rescue. There we go. So now this one goes here, and from here we go to all the lights, and then we go down here, and this way they don't intersect, and we can have a nice ongoing sort of power cable for the incoming power, which now also goes here. Heckin' wonderful. And from here we can do a realize our fuck up. Like, oh wait, I already had the heckin' white paint, didn't I? Oh, what? I can replace things like this? Thank you, Bouncing Hippos, for that follow. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. Neat. I had no idea this was possible. Makes me very happy. I got white cables. Alright. Heckin' lovely. Because my plan is to try to remember white cables are airlock internals. So. We could, I guess, try to get you further down. Cable would do it snaky. That's not the issue. Cable here would be yeah. Starting to feel a little silly here. We'll look inside. They didn't need to go further down than that. Oh, man. There we go. Then we get the again wire McWire cutters. Right. If we move you down by one, then it'll work. Oh. The sacrifices we must make for aesthetics. And there, then wire cutter. Man, all this always takes so much longer than I thought. Wrong box. Alright. Desperately we need more heavy cable. We have a few batteries
Hunger critical.
hanging out. Let's just replace these for now. Because like I say, yeah, these are supposed to be green pipes. So these are supposed to be then venting in and out from that tank. But currently it doesn't really have anything in it except maybe some really cold oxygen. So we're going to then have this thing just, you know, exchange between the sides. We're going to need to bring in the battery. And then, you know, rename shit and so on. We'll get there. But first, I guess we'll have to send our friend here to do a little bit of a snacky, a little bit of a drinky, and having a quick shower. Fully, I said fully naked. See. All the way we're wearing our tidy whities. And our super cool space glasses. Because we're cool like that. While we wait for the bread to cook, we'll have a shower. Ah, so refreshed. Hygiene goes all the way to 150%. You can only assume we brushed off most of our own skin. Wearing everything. Empty out some CO2 into here. Slowly bringing out that pressure. Otherwise, okay, good and ready to go. Woof. Okay. So we can use the mega airlock because it has the mega drain vents to actually empty out the place. And we'll start with one. Eventually we'll need more. Might have to make some more batteries. Can't just start sticking nuclears in places. Well, especially for whatever is going to be maintaining the actual machinery and Atmo in here. Yeah. We have large for the, well, a lot of other things. Let's see here. And interior vent 1 and 2, and then we have the exterior vents. One. Two. They're linked to passives. You're both plugged into vents. Everything here should be mostly fine. One thing we do need to get... Need might be a strong word, but want to get... I'm assuming you're the one who would make these. Copper for some flashing lights. Alright. Fine. We have more than enough shit in us to... More than enough heat there to smelt a little bit of copper. There we go. There you go. Here's how many we're putting in. Don't even care. Temperature's at 878. Should be more than enough. Contents are empty. There we go. Couple smaller, quick ones. Make me one. 2 of these. At least. I didn't know there was steel in there. Are you done? Well, now let's just have to heck and wait for this thing to be finished. Temperature isn't really going down. Oh, you're empty? Nice. And we'll just close that one off and... yeah. Wonderful. Big old heavy chunk of fucking copper pop. Now for that one we need to do the same thing again, but for gold. Ain't nobody got time for that though. Shit. I do have time for that, because we do quite literally freaking need them, don't we? We have copper, silver, gold. I had to come up with some way to organize these ores, and I decided to go with atomic weight. Four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? We could put a similar frickin' full setup. Open you. There you go. A bunch of small goldy things. Gold things. Goldings. Here. Now, you're gonna need a box. So we do my number here. Number 5, right hand. pocket backpack. Grab those. And go nuts. We don't have that many. So grab what we could. Still smelting? Still smelting. Tiny amount of fuel there. Need to make some more. Oh, neat. Contents is empty. I gotta keep on remember to check this one, because that one time we didn't, and then we threw in the next stuff, and if there was some steel in there, and we ended up with so much freaking bullshit. We'll go for extra 550 copper and the other stuff. You know, we're gonna put the 50 copper and 50 gold. And that'll keep it going for a while. Excellent. Now the question is, did this one have placement required support? Because I think it would be neat to have one of these, like a flashing light. Oh, if only we could have it in the middle of the room, but alas, it is not to be. We could have it here. Or there. Where's my wiring cutter? Looks like the thing. Maybe it would make more sense to have it there. Double check. Everything's actually linked. Surely it's currently 45. Yeah, sensor, flashing light is light, interior. Now we do the exterior vent 2. Interior vent 1. I don't know what you do if we do that. Exterior. Interior. And now you're trying to... Why? Did I really put a freaking vent facing the wrong way? I guess I did. And I even looked at it. I even checked it so many times. And I still fucked it up. Amazing. What you can do when you don't pay proper attention. Well, oh the fuck up. Also. Yeah. Okay, so now. So the multi-vent system won't work with this airlock. We'll have to make our own airlock. I'm mightily annoyed. Or if I turn you off. Interior events. Exterior vents. Only does the one. Output is very limited. Increase output pipe network capacity or pressure. Wait, okay. Okay. Are you telling me I need to put one of these in here? I think I do. Remove you for a bit. You there. Then I put you there. Bring it down. Well, match it don't work the way I want it to. Very annoying. Oh well. What I can do is add a flashing light here. So I'll move this light, I don't know, a little bit more to the front. Now this one should of course be smack dab in the middle. Makes the most sense there. Now we could have you can just hang out there, I guess. Being a piece of nice general illumination. I mean, here we grab the white cable, switch over to these cutters. Yeah, works for me. Too close to those. This one in general looks nice. That guy's not powered. And once we build a wall on this side, yeah, it'll hide all of that. This one means we'll both build a wall here. So the door into this place will be here. This will be sharing the atmosphere with this space, so that's fine. We can put down like an interior door, I think. So repressurizing the green stuff should be relatively easy. Oh, would you look at that? There we go. Let's finish this room now that we're doing this, because I wanted to put up a wall there. So we can demolish the other parts, which means we gotta look inside the black backpack, the white box, certainly opens up the space more. We can then see if we can try to, come with something to do with it. Maybe stairs even further down. Why not? Though for now, black box. There you go in purple. There you go. Connected upstairs through here, which well, it's fine. I'll be sharing an atmosphere with this space. And at some point we'll deal with that one. Right, because you'll be generating extra heat. So we're seeing if we can trap some of that heat from the batteries somewhere. And we can use that to warm up some of our greenhouse gas. Now we put the... Oh, that was bad, actually. So kick wall. There. Well, that went wrong. Immediately. We're supposed to be facing this way, friend. Yeah, this way. Come down. Come here. And you're like, oh no, we're done here. Oh, yeah, we could do this one though. And Kevin Henry, you wouldn't happen to know how to turn on off back face culling in Godot, would you? Sadly, no. I haven't, like I said before, yeah, I haven't done that much 3D stuff. So, yeah, sorry. Not my forte. Now, part of that will also then have to come in here, go to another APC that would then be controlling lights in here, you know, eventually. Huh. Oh, we'll fix it. We'll fix it in post, we'll fix it, but nah, we'll fix it when we get there. Wait, do I have more? Yeah, a large amount of tanks will be fine. Cannot. Oh, what? Now it's slight annoyance. Bum pa bum. Okay. We can have the green pipe connect to the others over there. Comes this way. The gas mixture would be here, I'd imagine. Let's have a look-see at getting her done through here. Okay. Yeah, you have to duplicate geometry and swap order. It is not ideal. Ooh. Look at the white box. Put away these plastics. And put away those kit balls. There you go. So. Just out of interest, how would this look? Put a wall here, and a door there, then this one would look better. There we go, making it done. Well, kinda. Not really. Getting there. We can even have the lights here be linked to the yellow cables, because... Yeah, because we can. Okay, ooh. you're sticking out of the wall there in an awkward fashion. I guess the answer is don't look at it. It'll be fine. These two insulated tanks. Yeah, nah, I just wanted to use the old trick of sticking the camera directly inside the head. I'm not opposed to sticking it directly in front. Actually, heads up. Trying to be all sneaky, I see. So this would be one tank. One tank. So yeah, now there's enough space so we can have a cable go in there, should we need to. And yeah, sure, let's do it this way. We do, I guess we're doing black because, well, it was closer. Well, what do you know?
Hunger caution.
There we go. Spray gunned. Now we should have all the colors again. Done with the black. There you go. So now we got those two coming in the gas mixer to fill up this thing. Heck no. Right, yeah, we need to spray paint the actual tanks as well. We do by looking inside here. There we go. Hey there, Neff. Not seeing you around. Ooh, Caffeinator saying, actually, this might work better. I'm partially copying the game body cam, and the camera is going to be from the player's body cam, so maybe this works out as more realistic. Ah, yeah, because then it wouldn't be inside the face, it'd be chest height in the front. Yeah. Right, character made, and in the game, no animations or accessories yet, but those can come after a nap. And speaking of, it's time for that nap. I hope you have a good nap there in the Caffeinator. Sleep well, get good rest, and hopefully the cool work will continue at another, post-nap. Back to the game now. And hey there, Nif, we are working on the greenhouse, which will be eventually all of this. We put in some airlocks. This one is doesn't work the way I hoped. This one is very powerful. We're going to be using this one to pretty much just vent the entire place eventually. For now, kind of works. Remind me, let's just do a teeny bits of prep work in the form of this. Oh, no. Just go dreaming sounds. Okay, I'm gonna have to get it outside, so I'm gonna put the passive vent back on. But it'll mostly work. If game is first person, why bother with fully modeled main character? Also here, that's always I do believe Caffeinator is a bit of a 3D artist, so that would be the kind of stuff that usually ends up getting you into trouble when you have a craft. When you have the skills, you want to use your skills. No, that's a full tenor.
Hydration critical.
We can do that. Yeah, so those pipes will be bringing stuff in. And this will be like an intermediary step, so that we'll then have, because that is from the pipes from pump tanks in the actual gas filtration area, right? So then we'll be from there pumping gas into these. From here we do just a good old 50-50 mixture, and that is the basis of the greenhouse gas. That'll keep all the plants alive, and it being sort of preheated. I'm gonna cast it pressurized. We don't give a shit. There we go. Yeah, that's. I was hoping we could use like 4 active vents. But at least with your basic advanced airlock control, you can. I guess if we designed our own airlock control system that reacted to, say, a button, we could do it. Ah, into our dry loaf. No sun to stare at. Oh, just look out the window. Looks lovely. There we go. Let me through, you stupid tanks. I should probably not have just brought all of those here. And then we shower. At some point we'll add some code for the shower as well. But not quite yet. We are wearing suit, backpack, uniform, helmet. Okay, we're already wearing everything. Oh, well, lovely. We have some waste gas we can just dump in here, because this room could do with a tiny bit more pressure, which is E, O, and K. Air tank is still doing fine, life support is fine, 88% on a nuclear battery. Might as well change it though. So do we have one last large battery? So to be honest, if we're building the, well, essentially be the life support system for our plans, that APC should probably actually have a heckin' nuclear battery. Goes inside here. Backpacks in backpacks, there you go. There. Yep, that'll be enough. Keeps us going for a while. We have the APC, we have the battery, we have enough cables for all kinds of shenanigans. What we need is more just pipe. Not even insulated at this point. Alright. Re-put them in there while I get confused. What exactly does this thing do? Pipe organ will be attached to one end of a gate pipe valve. The length of the pipe after the pipe organ changes the pitch of the note it will play when the valve is opened. Use logic to open and close the valves to create some custom tune for your bass or an audible warning. I haven't used APC since I built my airlock. Transformers everywhere. Yeah. Transformers are handy, but I just like having the emergency power supply for especially certain systems. Like I said, that will be essentially the life support for our greenhouse. So a nuclear battery there, just to make sure in case something happens, that one will maintain, pressure, gas, and temperature for that area. Getting a little dry. I'm gonna refill my drink. Made some nice tea again. There we go. Peppermint. Oh, sorry about that. There we go. Ah. Heckin' lovely. Okay, finish that stack. That should hopefully be enough. Yep. There we go. There we go. Okay, so they'll be then coming in here. And from this one, we'll be filtrating excess oxygen. Might as well happen here, I guess. That pipe might as well go down and up or something. It'll work out. We can have these floor gratings anyway. Then we put you away for now. Might as well start with the... this one. So technically we're bringing that far. Oh, pretty perfect actually. Even though it goes close to here, there's still space here for the gray tube. And here we bring this fellow in. Wonderful. Holy shit. I think I might have also, without really realizing, I also already put a whole bunch of very acceptable nitrogen in there. I forgot they were already linked. Oh well. So I was thinking we're probably then gonna have somewhere here then a set of pumps, which will then be... We'll probably do a wireless information transfer between these two places. So these can then request more carbon dioxide and nitrogen if necessary from our central area, because we still need a separate place for then filling up our, like, the propellants being nitrogen. Not too much, mind you. Would be handy though. And then if we have a general CO2 pipe network, which we can add then to, if we ever like build this place even slightly better. I mean, we're getting there now. We're getting actually, you know, actual freaking pipes done. We can then link that to a purge system. Have empty tanks. And a pump, and said pump would then be, there we go. See, now we got CO2 coming in, we got nitrogen. This tank has a little bit, I believe it's only a little bit, I hope it's just a little bit. Okay, a little bit more than just a little bit, but it has some oxygen inside, but we can get rid of that thanks to the magic of pumps. This one. So you would suck that thing dry. Once it's empty, we also put you on, and you'll be also sucking shit, filling up your tube, and that's where we put the liquid drain, because these tubes almost broke already. Thanks to the magic of liquid. Does remind me, we should probably do that. Now the liquid should then also going out in the external atmosphere, the liquid oxygen. And I'm kind of feeling like I think I could make liquid oxygen. I'm not sure what all I would do with that, but I could make some. That would probably be handy for the whole experimenting with the liquid cooling thing for like the gas powered generator if you use it with the rocket fuel. Morning, China. Well, hello there, another Jamie. Hope you're doing well. Good morning-ish to you as well. It is about 1 p.m. here, so just past lunch. And I'm doing a liquid lunch in the form of peppermint tea. And by just generally being on a fast. Wait. Oh. Again, I jumped and I got fucking launched. It was not the intention. Oh. Pushing the wrong button. I guess we're low on power. This entire system, yeah, it needs to be figured out. Those are just there. That thing is on. It keeps on like turning itself on for like one tick. And we need to do the thing where we have one machine looking at the... Because I'm not currently getting the ratio of how much power we have over there. And then I want to say a separate one looking at the ratio of how much power we got over here. And then we have a... Well, I got technically two separate transformers linking the sort of like core power spine network into here. And this one should then be leaking at the liquids out here, which is okay, because this is where we can put the liquid oxygen. But apparently, yeah, if we can power the vent is enough to increase the pressure of the very cold oxygen in the atmosphere enough to turn it liquid, so we can use that as an insane coolant. Ooh, I enjoy a nice peppermint tea in the afternoon to perk me up. That's nice. Out of the Jamie. I bought this thing in like a liquid container that has a little thingy for holding, I don't know, whatever you want to soak in your water. And I realized that, okay, cool. So if make like 2 tea bags in a tea, like in a mug of, make a mug, extra strong mug of tea, and then you transfer the tea bags in the little container, pour that in there, and then just let it become a nice, cool peppermint tea. It is very refreshing, actually. And then that one's insulated. Okay, so now this thing should be pumping shit out at an acceptable rate. So if we turn you outward, kilomoles are going down. Okay, perfect. So now this thing getting purged. Wonderful, because that is what I really want to do. All the doors open, it's all going outside. It is wonderful. Excellent, because this is the system I will then be using to freaking purge all the oxygen from here, which is why we need the liquid drain. Great idea. I'm curious about this game. Does it have coding as a mechanic? Have you dabbled in it at all? Well, another Jamie, yes, it does, and I've done a few things. The idea is I'm going to do some more coding soon. Once I get the sort of greenhouse space all figured out. You see here is a Larry mechanical arm. We are building, I'm writing code, putting it inside this integrated, this chip here. And what it will do is have the Larry move around, detect the state of the various planting trays beneath it, and react accordingly. For the first rounds, I'll be manually planting things, and then the Larry should be then detecting, oh, it is mature enough, we should do some harvesting. Then it starts doing a sort of harvesting sort of process, subroutine, and the very last thing it picks up, it will then try to plant back down, because you can plant both seeds and plants. And that way it will proceed through here. One of these will be detected, will be pre-coded to be, because these stations are numbered, we have an import bin, which will be for this one be exports, because it'll be dumping stuff into the import bin. Same code will then also in the import bin detect there's something inside here, so it'll do automatically close it to send it forward. So this is for my experimentation, it'll just vomit out here. The idea is to then plants that get harvested get sent here, and then they go to an appropriate storage system. Then there's an import should hook up with an export, because if stuff goes in here, it goes in there, and then they await. So then we'll be detecting, is something here, what is here, and also most likely we'll then make a way, have this one also linked to another logic-driven storage system, which can then request items, so for different kinds of seeds and or fertilizer once we get there, and so on. Now, yeah, it's going to be a large one, which is why we need to figure out so we have now airlocks. This one needs to be fixed. I tried to do something, and apparently I can't do it the way I tried without actually writing my own code for this. And I came to the conclusion that, you know what, it's probably fine. But here is then a separate system where we're getting from our also code-driven cooled down waste gases and then filtered waste gases from our furnace area are coming here. We have carbon dioxide and nitrogen, which we're then mixing in a 50-50 pretty much, because I don't think we need that much. It's close enough. And they're warm. Currently it's minus 140. 140. Hey, hello there, Hat Crocodile. Very cool. Yeah. And I like the coding very much, because I know many people don't, because it's a very, very low level. It's MIPS. You know, it is actually the kind of code you would put in an integrated chip. It's based on the actual language used to code the actual Nintendo 64. But my first language was C, and then I had a fascination with assembly for a while. I never really found the time to get into it. So for me, low-level languages are a familiar space, but then I've also then understood from others that they might not be the most fun. But there is a fan-made mod on the workshop page which adds an extra level of abstraction. They have, I think it's called sigils, symbols, signs, and it is a code. Then it is a more and more higher, simulated higher level code, which then the translator then translates into low level code in game. I never coded assembly or integrated circuits IRL. Me neither, but I've messed around with Zachtronics games, so I do love this. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, for me, I just liked assembly, and I was hoping to start a school project where we would be doing the C basic library, because that's what we did essentially as a school assignment. We had to build the entire basic libraries because we weren't allowed to use any very few pre-made functions. Very interesting form of education. But also then through that, then there was a further sort of advanced course where you do the entire same thing again, only in assembly. Never just got into that one before my time at that school ran out. But the most important, the point was just that I was making that it is a sort of familiar logic space to me. Okay, it's 0.4 moles at 145 Celsius. But we can still leave that pump on because it won't break anything. It's just eventually get a proper vacuum in there. And once this thing has pressure, it can also refill this space relatively quickly. Now I'm wondering, once we finally get this thing done, if I should add a inline tank here. How do I... This entire room contains 310 moles of oxygen currently. So in here, we got... because it's 212, 47. These are 300 moles. So I'm wondering, can I fit 300 moles in a large inline tank? How many liters of space do I need? To make sure it doesn't explode. Because if I had that at a higher pressure in a tank, then this fan would just refill the room much faster as well. But currently, and then there's the simulation of gas mixtures, of pressure, temperature, phase changes between, liquids, gases and solids. Absolutely fantastic. Freaking love the one. Now, the learning curve for the game as a whole is extremely difficult, otherwise I'd jump right in. When I wish I'd taken the option for more low level in uni, they just gave us Java, which I haven't touched since. Ooh. I'd say, The first player experience is the real stumbling block of this game, in my opinion. But it's worth it. It's a super fun game. I'm really enjoying this. And there's a lot of fun to be had in a sort of, if inspired by the music, a sort of a dwarf fortress level acceptance of fun. Losing is fun. There will be explosions, there will be deaths, and of course you just respawn in, and then oh shucks, and then you just keep on trying doing your thing. Now I'm just playing this as with that sort of permadeath because of my choice. The game in no way enforces it or demands it. I don't know if there's a setting for it even. And I just go oh well, I died, now I have to start a new run. And it took a few deaths to then learn how the game works. And then there was a very silly mistake on my part, which led to the final death, which now has me here. Now, this one is a mixer and a pump. So, you cool. You can just hang out there. We're gonna have to then build a logic chip and system here. All poop nuggets. Wait, no, it's fine. I got confused by the door. Double checking. Is this actually possible? So for here, because this will be sort of more or less pure logic. I can get you down. Yes, oh, fantastic. Because I just thought it was fun to have this one upside down here, so that's why it's upside down. So, this way we can, from in this cable, because it will be connected to this one, the gas mixer. So the gas mixer can turn on if we need more gas in here. And this one is making an unbreathable mixture for me, but perfect for plants. The plants will then be devouring that and producing oxygen. So then eventually we'll have an excess of oxygen. That one will then be through filtration systems here, which will detect the oxygen ratio being above X. And then, okay, we have excess oxygen. We'll be filtering that out and pumping it through this pipeline back to my sort of warm oxygen tank over there. I am considering adding a third oxygen tank here as well, so we'd have an in-between state. So we'll have multiple spots, because the oxygen tank there might go a little... because it's being filled by the furnace, which is above here as well. So if we have them in separate places, it might be safer that way. Because if multiple things are feeding into that single one, and it doesn't have that many outputs, you know, I don't want to cause too many unnecessary booms. So then we can link this thing's logic as well to some active vents, which will be then absorbing, well, you know... Wait, no. Yeah, okay. These things will then have active vents here as well, I think, which will be then blowing air into the room and trying to maintain pressure X. Do we need some sort of form of pressure relief system? The answer to that is yes. Because this thing is meant to just be the mixture of carbon dioxide and nitrogen. But if we allow oxygen to also get in there, we'll be in a little bit of trouble. No, we won't, because then that pipe system will then go through the filter. Okay, yep, there we go. Wow. I'm playing through Silk Song, so I guess I'm used to bashing my head against the wall. Very handy, that one. And I've coded to maintain partial pressure of nitrogen and carbon dioxide and filter out oxygen once it reaches 10%. Thank you. Yep. That's sort of what I was thinking for. I was thinking of like, just keep it like livable. So should I choose to run around here naked? I can. But yeah, we're gonna have an in-between emergency thingy here. We're not gonna do too much wiring right now. I just wanted to see, like, can I get a wire out of there, or do I have to, you know, do some more deeper remodeling? Oh, right. You're empty. Off. There we go. Ba-da-bum. I'm really looking forward to getting those, but first we need to get this shit sorted. Oh! Hot diggity dog. I will hopefully have accidentally made smart choices already. And one thing I need to do in between here quickly is get my paint gun. And make that shit green. Because I realized that I've been doing painting of wires in a very complicated way. You see, because we have this one, and we got the wire freaking cutters in the other hand, which means we can then like combine existing cables. And what happens if we do this? You see, it turned green, and our stack did not go down. Now this is currently red because it is getting power from, frankly, the wrong cable. But that's okay. We just need to, redesign that eventually. Yeah, and that's the thing. Actually, we got the heavy cable going here, so it feeds into here. There we go. Now in between here, we're gonna have to do a little bit of a this. See, you're on. You're good. You're good. You don't need. So this thing will remain. We just gotta remove some of these. You know, we might be. Okay, we will have to move some shit. That's okay. We'll do that then. We're gonna do some quick on-the-go painting. Because I want them to be, you know, as logical as possible. So green for greenhouse, you know? Especially because the old greenhouse currently does fuck all. It just exists. Yeah, orange coming here in here. We stole that from the... Yeah, orange is for the furnace room. I mean, you can do that, but for roleplay reasons, I just decided to make it cozy for plants and not humans. Yep. Very understandable. I mean, that's the thing, yeah, I'm just... For now, I'm gonna make a 50-50 mixture of nitrogen and CO2, because that's enough. For anything that I'm growing. But seeing as everything will be controlled via code, I do want the option for the for being able to then change the ratios. Again, stairs caught me again. Yeah, you can't stay there. Well, you'll be moving. I guess we could have the APC to actually just be here. So we open this one. We grab an area for power controller. We scroll to the reverse mode and we put it in the middle because it looks better that way. At least for me and my brain. I'm gonna say the freaking space game. Mars First Logistics, man, what a game. Super fun. Looking forward to getting back into it. And ridiculously good music. So you can already activate the output. There we go. So once we just link it into there. So now this will have an emergency power supply in the form of that nuclear battery, and the APC will be cutting this area off from the other logic systems, so we don't have to worry about, you know, making sure we get all the variables we want. Now we could pull cables from here this way, and we wanted to slap in one more of these. Spray gun, because it seems, because I was wondering like what exactly is the point of the spray gun. I'm thinking like, does it just save paint? I mean, that already would be nice, but it very much seems, because if you use the spray paint, your atmosphere also gets pollutants, toxins, bad things. But apparently with a spray gun you don't, so that's nice. Means I can be a bit more willy-nilly and wild about where exactly I spray my paint. There we go. I immediately use the spray can because I use way less paint. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was sort of using it for, and I just like happened to notice like, oh, I can paint without worrying about pollutants. That's super handy. Because until then, I every now and then had to like run outside to do some spray painting, and then I realized, well, I don't need to do this. I can spray paint in my freaking greenhouse, and the plants won't mind. Because, you know, the pollutants would otherwise be bad for those plants. There we go. So then... it's fine. Okay, so this is meant as an output. Those two are meant as the input. But currently this one is also now sharing the load. I'm gonna share the load with the other tank, so that's fine. You know, if nothing else, at least we got a whole bunch of stuff here, and we can use that with our, you know, when we do some coding and comparisons and see how everything works. So then we can, from this one, filter excess oxygen. I think yeah, so this one will be I'm still not entirely certain because I kind of want to keep that one not have oxygen in it, but if we also use this as being the tank, which will be maintaining pressure inside our airlocks, means it will always be getting at least some oxygen inside, and on the long term, not having a plan for that will be a problem because it will then, you know, affect the pressures and everything. Not much really, but most likely it'll never be a problem during this run, but I want to, you know, plan for that. And so we'll have to have a powered vent. One of these giant ones, just because we have one, and it'll be neat. Put it there or something, because it also, again, it'll be neat. And then that one will be maintaining the pressure, you know, both blowing and sucking. Because it can. And then linked to this one will be then some green pipe going to the filtration machine, which will be then looking at removing oxygen if ratio goes above X, very much. And to do that, we're gonna need more pipe. And I like being able to add the light. That's fine. So I was wondering, will this thing trying to refill the room also go much faster if I put a large inline tank there? So that is something we're gonna have to experiment with. In actually the near future, to be honest. Alright, I'm gonna do a thing. I'm gonna put you there. I'm gonna save these painted pipes. Look into sort. Radiator can actually hang out there. Heat exchanger can hang out here. Sure. You know, want me? Excellent. Make me a whole bunch of freaking gas pipes. I don't need IC chips. But do I need them now? I don't have one here. I do believe I might have one in the tablet doing nothing. And here we have IO logic, logic memory, logic processor, transmitter. Okay, we need housing and a chip. Ah, wrong button. Get ourselves all nice and fresh like. There you go. Put our suits on. We got... Let's dump some mouth farts in here. It'll be fine. Living area just, could do with a little bit more pressure. Yeah, because then eventually we'll then have to do a... live it in areas. Kinda... air mixture as well. Good thing is that getting our hands on oxygen is easy as pie here. Only probably the heat. Or, well, lack thereof. Okay, housing. We need copper. We need steel. There you go. Make a bunch. Well, hello there, Mind Cozy. How are you doing? How's the Stationeers? Well, they're stationing. They're eating. Eat really well. Is this one linked to anything? Oh, it's only you, and we don't need that one. But don't need you either. So you can hang out there for now, because yeah, this entire room and these weird floaty cables are things I want to get rid of. But all in due time. Made one housing, make a few more. We're gonna need a few more anyway. Multiple, I mean, we need one, one chip only for controlling the shower lights, pretty much. We'll get there. But the greenhouse is coming along. We have the pipes coming in. The gas mixture is there. We just need to... What do we need, actually? Well, pull in some pipes, make a filtration unit. And then we do a... I'll call it chip. Integrated circuit requires gold. Well, here's a half a kilo of gold. Just make a bunch. I'm always going to be needing those. Okay, one more. And then we do... filtration wasn't here. It was you. You're the one who makes the filtrations. Electroprinth. I should have known. Do we need anything else? I have a whole bunch of valves. I could steal this one. Anything here? Iron walls. Some rotten food. The old welding torch. The old furnace. Now, if I remember correctly, someone was mentioning that the furnace can in fact be... can fit a large amount of shit. I was wondering, could we have, instead of a smart... Because the advanced furnace can do, more advanced things, more advanced alloys, handle more pressure, but for like your basic smelting of iron, steel, and so on, I gotta see how much logic a basic furnace can handle. Because I think we could use those as efficient, automated, production of stuff. Oh, that's probably enough for now. Yeah, squeeze our way through. Then we look at our pockets. The left one is the logic. The logic one gets the IC housing. And a bunch of these empty chips. 3, more than enough. Especially because we made 3 housings. Lovely. Yeah. Oh no. Whoop, don't want to get too stuck in the physics. Sometimes the physics will punish you violently. For daring to dream. We'll need the... You bastard. What you were all along. Freaking atmospherics needs copper. We had small and large amount of copper, but this guy ate everything. Yeah, reinforced walls for protection, because this thing has like inbuilt pumps and everything. But if we just use pumps and a logic thing reading what is happening, okay. Let's have a quick look here. Let's have a small state of confusion here, because we can do a slot occupied class represents ID occupied hash. What's in? So is there anything inside? Quantity. For slots 0 and 1, you've got 2 slots. Mode 0, 1. Import, export. Import, sounds coming, export, need. So we can read that when the export quantity goes to 500, in case we can then do opening, closing, if it were. Actually, no, we don't even need to do that. We don't need to try to make stacks of 500. Because this thing, if you just leave it open, will then melt a full stack, and then the full stack enters the export and gets ejected if you're doing a single type of ore at a time. And after that, that could lead to a stacker, because stackers can then magically fuse your ingots into heavier ingots by just smooshing them together somehow. Now, I mentioned modes. So, the Zhurong furnace employs a high-temperature gas mixture of oxygen and volatiles to smelt ingots in a range of alloys as raw materials for the fabricators. A basic gas mixture can mix blah, blah, blah. More complex alloys will require careful management of a dedicated gas mixing network. Exact ingredient ratios must be observed. And likewise, smelting ores at insufficient temperatures will produce reagents which must be recycled. If liquids are present in the furnace, they will gather there until the furnace is connected to a liquid pipe network, which we can then also do for shenanigans. You're not mentioning it. It has slot import export. See, I get that. What? We can change its mode. Integer for mode state. Different device, well, different mode states. See, this is the kind of shit that I feel is annoying. It says mode. It says it has a mode state that depending on the device, you'll look at different ones, and then the description doesn't tell you at any point here that I can see easily, like, what do you mean mode? I thought the furnace was gas, because gas goes, shit goes in, shit goes out. What exactly does mode mean? Because there's a lever, that would be open. There. And it's read and write, yes. So we can externally open it. So we can do internal stacking. Very handy for if you wanted to make steel automatically. So we have a logic system pumping in an X ratio of coal to iron. Then we wait until we're done. Then we click on open, dumps out the steel, closes, do it again. Huh. Then we can read the ratios of stuff inside for more interesting shit. Connection, shoot, input, output, pipe, liquid pipe, output, and connection, so logic one. Yeah. Yeah, because I do believe the issue, so if you compare this to why you specifically need the normal furnace, the advanced furnace for some alloys, was that I do believe this one has a much lower maximum pressure tolerance. Oh. Which we are not being told. Lovely. Or then it's just magic. You know, it needs to have the flag of advanced furnace for the alloy to be mixed properly. Also, quite possible. What kind of temperature do you require? Relatively high, actually. So we can do just high coal, hydrocarbon, and then volatiles. I wonder if we can make these out of charcoal. Would be interesting to try. There's your water. For a dash of the recipe, the device is set to produce. I see. So we can straight up request, hey yo, make this recipe. And then it will just know, oh, I need these things. And you can request that from our ore logic system, which is right next door. I understood the like advanced furnace being able to do all of this. I need for this one to be able to do the same. Yeah. We can have a, I don't know, freaking gold smelter or some shit. Neat. Very neat. We need the tubes. He has the tubes. We need more of those. Let's make some. Because I do want to know how that would affect. And that is the easiest and quickest way to check if adding an even larger inline tank will help. I think 3 of those makes the extra large one. Now oxygen has here moles per liter in world. Moles per liter not available. Oxide pure gold has oxygen. Neat. See, moles per liter would be a very handy thing to know. It would be interesting to try to make pure oxygen nice. You know. So like, just because I can. There we go. And furnace fun times. It's gonna be grand. Oh, right. I wonder if we can just immediately... I mean, we kind of can. Alright, let's do this. I'm going to close the logic one because we're not doing it right now. We're going to open this one. Open from here our plumbing. Plumbing gets the plumbing box. We open... this guy. Turn off the power. Switch on over to the hand drill. Those two aren't doing anything. Next tool will be McWrench. Yep, you're the one. There you go. Grab that piece of pipe. And this piece of a passive event. Pipe can hang out there as well. Put it there for now, actually. There we go. Perfect for now. Wait. No, it's not. Not deep enough. There it is. And then wire cutter. There we go. Nice giant fucking tank. Oh man. Overcomplicated shit for no reason. Do it like that. Then passive vent. Yeah, I need 3. Can't be done. Alright. I mean, the aesthetics of that will be... just have to be acceptable, I guess. There we go. So, power comes in. Everything's linked normally. There we go. Switch you on for the screwdriver. Yeah, so this will be the more interesting test. We're done with those, Open our power box, look inside the cardboard box, throw in some cable. Right. I have to do a reset. There you go. Current pressures are about 44, so we put it at 45 Pascal on both sides for now. Flashing light is light, interior vent is exterior, no, exterior vent is exterior, interior vent is interior. Exterior airlock, interior airlock. Gas sensor Oh, sorry about that. No. There we go. I just realized I can just look inside here, right? So this room has 316 moles of O2. This tank is 20. But it has very low pressure. Don't need to worry about the whole pressurization, it'll be fine. No! Stairs keep on catching me. So. What do I actually need here now? From the power from there into here, we can use this one here because it is another one of these pure color I've used before for cables that are meant to be like more or less pure logic. Do I need access to all of these tanks? No idea, but that's why we're doing it. I'd rather have access to too much information than not enough. Alright. So now we could start. Okay, that'll work. Aylin Balin. LMN on the YouTube side. Good morning to you. Actually connecting these things might also be, helpful. There you go. Now the question is, do I want... Yes, I do. I want some kind of lighting in here. Where should we pull it in? I was thinking... I'm wondering if I can make use of the yellow light cable there. Go in... On the question, do I want lights on this side or that side? Oh, nothing really matters. We can go through here. Yeah, it's fine. So we come in here. Yeah, there we go. These lines go back. Wire cutters come in. How's base coming? Well, Balin, it's coming along quite well right now. We have our now linked from our gas filtration, our waste gas filtration system. Now we have the linked oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide to these tanks, which are like designed to be a sort of temporary holding. The nitrogen and carbon dioxide will be going through just for now 50-50 mixer into the atmosphere for the greenhouse. We just pulling everything together so we can add some form of logic for all of this. So slowly but surely we're getting there. gonna be heckin' grand, it is. Now, I could probably remove those two, move these one step to the left, and then this mixer will be on this square. And we could have a look at putting in the roly-poly door. Except no. I kind of want this always be visible. The only issue is, I guess, the stairs visible through there, but no biggie. Well, I also want some lights in there, and that's what I was thinking. We'll just do this through here. Shit. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Buckets. I might have just broken something. Let's hope it wasn't anything too important. And I won't be suddenly having a random ass explosion in my face over from the gas waste management. It'll be fine. I mean, what are the chances? I just remembered, like, oh, I wish I had a way to see through walls. And holy shit, I do, don't I? So we do... It's not yellow cable. Refueling. How to move sensor lenses here. We have disconnected... Oh, the screen! Well, that's fine. That is something I can fix, can't I? There you go. Okay, good. I was worried like it was like a sensor into like the cooling system, but it was just the visualizer. Well, that's fine. And that's fine because I want to make this place look nice. So eventually we're gonna have to put up ceiling. I'm like really trying to go all in on the greenhouse. And so far, I regret nothing. For this to work, so the cable comes in here. There a middle here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit, there's no case. The middle will be here. We are following this one, so... A long wide has pretty much become my light of choice. There we go. So now the yellow cable will be lamps. And shall remain lamps. What's happening over in that corner? Got no idea. But I could kind of pull a cable through here. Let my game run overnight. Time to see how much I got. Ooh. Nice. I mean, it works, but also kind of doesn't. And then I'm really enjoying putting the freaking airlock doors here because they just look cool. We need to deal with the whole internals. Quick look-see. See, the depressurization works just fine. Nice and fast. The repressurization, if I put any big old inline there, will it repressurize faster? It actually does. Still slow, but it is faster. Because if we depressurize to in the other direction, that also seemed to go faster. See, much slower. Now, also, I know the repressurization would probably be faster if there was higher pressure in there, and I have no idea how many moles of oxygen fits inside a giant inline tank. If I knew the answer to this question, I'd be happy. Now, technically, that's just math. Yeah, but it's annoying because, see, when you look at your freaking oxygen here, it says, oh, here's moles per liter, not available. How many moles per liter does he have? We're not going to tell you. Like, well, go screw yourself. I'm assuming because it would be depending on the temperature, but, you know, because we can't see, this won't change here. So I'm like, oh, no. Ooh, gas law calculator. Mole per liter is for liquids. Wouldn't it be the same amount of moles, no matter its state? Well, this thing probably has the same maximum pressure of 60 as all other pipes. So what I can do is something extra silly. To just look. And there. Gases don't have a finite volume, liquids and solids do. Fair enough. That is true, actually. But all of these might explode. Let's hope they don't. Jesus, nothing. So if I... Okay, a tank can have more or less all at the same pressure depending on the temperature. Yeah. Well, we made a whole bunch of liquid oxygen, so... that was less than ideal. Otherwise, neat. So it looks like it works. You know, apart from the whole shit turning liquid. Yeah, who doesn't hate when their shit turns liquid? I'll put you back there. Just make sure it doesn't cool inside. Well, by the way, I don't think it'll be a bit of a tricky one to get liquid oxygen to cool even further. I mean, we could. But turning it solid. How's stationeering going? That's going pretty well, actually. Yeah. Because, fuck nice. But this one will be doing just fine, because eventually we'll be linking this pipe to this tank, which means he'll go through the, well, greenhouse shenanigans. Is it airlock air? It will be eventually, but right now it's just Europa, oxygen. Passive liquid drain, and that'll fix the liquid problem. Or increase the temp to over minus 111. Yeah, I mean, eventually, because we're gonna have, things will be warmer on both sides of that airlock. So it won't be a problem then. But currently, it's just to save our future greenhouse from, the horrors of existence. I still need a... I think we can make that work, right? No, the black one, and wasn't it? Welding. Would a smaller event do? Absolutely. But I want a giant one, too, because I can. Intense music to figure out how to handle liquid oxygen. That's very true, Amaris. But it is an intense problem. Because when things turn liquid when you don't want them to, that means there's also a chance of them turning solid, and things freezing in pipes, especially a large tank right next to your face, has a risk of exploding. And that would make us sad. So we'll go over here, and this will be part of our purple logic. There, I can make use of that one. There we go. That'll be fine. They'll give them character. Yeah. The tragic explosion that then ended another run. We're doing this permadeath. Because we can. Makes it more interesting. There we go. So now I got this one connected, and I'll connected this guy here. Oh. And wait. My bad, they do need to be insulated pipes, don't they? Like, do these guys need to be insulated? Because there's a wall on the other side. Shit. I have up the fuck, as they say, would seem. Well, I was thinking I was clever, saving on pipe, insulated pipe by using these normals here, but because like that one can be normal, this one,
Hydration critical.
and this one cannot. Next. That one is... That's wall to the outside, that's wall to the outside, those are in connection. These guys can be normal, but that is along a wall to the outside, so these should also be, I guess, insulated from there to there. Ah. 166 stacks, but my stack mod increases their size to 500 for ore. Holy! That's a loss. A lot of stuff there, Balin. So what do we got? We got the gas mixer, we got the tank, we got these guys. This guy's just hanging out. We need a atmospherics unit for removing oxygen when it's time. We need a greenhouse. What a greenhouse? The greenhouse gases? Nitrogen. CO2. Oxygen. Oxygen. Then we do quick check in the logic pocket. Yep, be fine. You here, here, there. There you go. So there's gas mixer. CO2. Nitrogen. Followed by greenhouse. I don't think you really give that many fucks about the oxygen, but you know, might as well. They're gonna pause away from that one. These are current kinda working Larry code. So we do alias gas mixer D0 alias oh, nitrogen tank, right? First CO, then nitrogen. Alias CO2 tank was D1, nitrogen tank was D2, and alias greenhouse tank was D3. So I was thinking, well, I can at least make our mixer, gas mixer, just run while I do other things, because it's going to take a while for it to create enough gas for all of this. So that'll be fine. And then we do a loop. Oh. And we define... Sorry. Define... tank max pressure at... 40,000. We do an alias temp on R0. Alias R1. Not the tango music making it sound like you're romancing the code. I mean, how else are you gonna get it to behave? Come here. Let me beep those boobs. Let me flip those bits, baby. Oh yeah. You know what I like. So we load from... We're into... We do fucking G8, not GT8. G8 for greenhouse pressure. Into G8. Pressure from greenhouse tank. The pressure. Okay, and then we... branch greater than if GH pressure is greater than tank max pressure, jump to start. Pretty much. Oh, and of course, the very important yield. Actually, branch relative. I know 3. If it's less than. Otherwise, save gas mixer on 0. J start. But if the pressure is below tank max pressure, then S gas mixer on 1. And that's all we care about right now. So then J start. There we go. Start making gas. In case the pressure gets high, don't. I'll get nowhere near that, so that'll be fine. It is very simple. Temperature at 41 Celsius. The hell? You know what, that's fine. It's fine. Oh, started taking health damage. Nice. There we go. Alright, we can make better code one. Well, 66 and 500 or... So you got 33,000 Balin of war, Jesus Christ. Ooh, nothing better for, you know, best music for being hungry to Soviet era music. Or, you know, inspired by. Wow, well, 10 Sterling generators will be enough for this outpost. Power. Oh wow. 30 kilowatts a night. Damn. Now this is pretty much only powering this room. That is its function, its purpose. And we're currently snagging power from this one. We're actively doing your cooling, so that's fine. And it's below there. We're snagging it. Ooh, just went silent. Really silent. It was, yes. That one was from the workers and resources. That pom 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 pom. Like two of these. Now, sounded a bit like mid-career Jean-Michel Jarre to me. Could be. Some inspiration from there. You can make two of those and then make two of the freaking CO2 filters. Well, and while you do that, there we go. Better than nothing. So the range of themes in the Works and Resources OST. Oh, yes. There's like the proper, like, there's the actual Black Eyes song, then there's the, you know, I do believe that might be an actual rendition of the Soviet anthem, and, you know, Red Army Choir sounds. And then there's techno from that time. Very, sounds, you know, very energetic, super fun. Some of it sounds more similar to, say, God damn it now. Like Tetris and that kind of stuff. That is why I wanted the OST. Because you had fun tunes in it. And I enjoy fun. Now, no reason for you to exist. I'm going to put you in there. We got pipes, we got everything we need. We are fed, we are showered. The battery is okay. O2 is okay. The system is bit jank, needs some more work. But he'll get there. There you go. Oh, wrong one, here we go. So for the filtration system, we want to pump it in here. And out from there. There'll be a pipe going from here to there. Now this cable moves a bit more to the side. We'll do it like that. Okay. So now we're gonna have to grab the little wrench. There we go. So then we'll have we could go down here, and then down this way. It goes here and up again. So I can't do that because there's that cable. Once I move the cable to go down here, sensor goes there, then this can be pipe all the way. That makes sense to me. Ooh, and the current piece has a couple of bars that I've repeated twice. So I'm like a couple of rodeo. Could be. Well, in the end, they all get inspiration from somewhere. Now that's like there. Gas sensor. Go here. And now we could do that. Gas sensor. Exterior, interior, flashing lights. Exterior, interior. I'll just do it like that for now. I'll get the job done. Neat. Renaming tool. Greenhouse vent. Also means we're gonna need another sensor, aren't we? I think we had more. We have gas mixer, greenhouse gas mixer. Yeah. Hello there, Penguin83. Hope you're doing well. Ooh, what should I say? Big news, son of Hanu. Yesterday, a coastal town here recorded the highest temperature of any place in Australia in the last 12 months. 49.2 Celsius. Jesus Christ, that's insane. I would just die. My body would just collapse on itself, just give up immediately. Blech. There's no point in even trying. It's all over now. It's all over now. They're saying. But hope you're doing well, Penguin83. We are trying to build a... Well, it's going to be the greenhouse. But right now it's filled with extremely cold oxygen because we are in Europa. Put some lights. We are getting some gas in from our filtration, waste gas filtration area. We are mixing it into a greenhouse mixture, which is currently kind of just half-assed. We're going to have to make some better code for it eventually, and we need to put down a filtration system and link this pipe to this system. Now, I'm going to turn you off and you off. Because this wire can't go here. I think we're gonna cut you off. I'll see about... So now they're connected. Looks pretty big. It is. I might have gotten a little carried away. It's good times. Sounds big here in Portugal. The yearly highest around 45. Ooh, I'm gonna say that's also, yeah. For a Finn, all of that just sounds insane. Way too hot. I don't like it. It's be uncomfortable. Alright, so now we're gonna have to have another look-see here at the atmospherics. I'm thinking about how do I place this. I'll put it here, for example. It could sort of partly be hidden there, but then we need a pipe up. That won't say it won't fit here. No matter how I look at it. Okay, let's do the pipe first, I guess. So you can make a lot of oxygen with that on Europa? No. But we need the filtration to remove excess oxygen from here. I just carried away when building a giant freaking greenhouse, and we'll see what all... Because most likely I will end up then walling off other areas from here and using those for the... like composting and so on. So it's currently just greenhouse is the sort of working title for the place. But we might put a wall here and then turn this into the sort of composting area. We'll see. how it all ends up working out. Like I did have. There we go. Here we go, wrench. How to warm the area for your eating area. For my the eating area where I hang out, I have windows pretty much keeping it warm currently. And then I cool it down with just a radiator and a logic system. Sorry? No, the music in California. Actually, it's on Mars. This is the oil from the OST for Mars First Logistics. Okay, nice and slightly awkward, but that should work. Sort of eventually makes sense. I didn't know Windows warm the space that much. I mean, they don't. I mean, mostly use that to maintain the temperature, and then the cooling system to maintain that. I think I originally warmed it up with just chucking in, well, a lot of it was just bringing in warm gas from somewhere else and just like venting it in there. Warmed up that place. The Windows will warm it up like a couple of degrees a day, I believe. And then the cooling system cools it down. And there's also some logic machines running there which might be producing a little bit of heat. But a lot of the heat that I am using is usually from just waste gases that I stored in insulated tanks from the furnace. Because those are very, very hot. And you can use a heat exchanger to warm up your oxygen. And they're good to go. So where... We go up, but it's on the wrong side. The oxygen pipe is here. But I guess I would just add a pipe that goes this way. I think that would be the way to go. Okay, it needs to come like one step this way. Wait, no, it doesn't. I can do that. Then green pipe comes here, curves there. Goes back to green pipe. Oxygen comes out, curves there. We're A-okay. I'm curious, heat exchanging with the exhaust of an H2 combustor. That stuff has 1800 Celsius and also provides water. Try my next Europa run. I'm using those to make water pretty much, and I have them linked to a Stirling engine. So they make electricity and so on. So yeah, I might be, maybe doing something else at some point. Yeah, but the H2 combustor is a mighty and powerful beast. Okay, now they go in there, slightly more aesthetic, goes here, now through here it is linked to these, so that entire cable can go. And there we go. Logic wire be logicking. So now we have access to all the tanks. Not sure if I need it, but I have it. Then we'll have access to the filtration system. Well, then we'll have access to these. Oh yeah, did we have any sensors? Not here. How about here? Processor, memory, transmitter, housing, sensors. Nice. Put you away. Gas sensor. Finish building this guy. In here. There you go. Input. Unfiltered. Filtered. Oh, the sorting machines. Okay. I was wondering what the freaky the frack is doing that. I don't think I left any like production machines on. And I didn't. Alright. And I'll go. I'll just try out the Stirling engine. Many hours on the clock, but never tried some of the simpler stuff, like showers or the Stirling engine. Yeah, I have a shower and a Stirling engine. The shower is handy because you get your refreshed, so hygiene can go up to 150, and you get 5% extra movement speed and 10% extra tool speed. So it's, it's It's a small but nice buff to have, in my opinion. So, oxygen has been oxygened. Because of the nature of what we're doing here. Three, 4, 5. How much power do you get from it? Can't remember right now. It has been on for a while because I need to be bothered to go make bring it some volatile ice. We got a nice, very efficient logical system, making a perfect fuel mixture for it. I think they each made around 6 kilowatts. So when they were on, so I'd say between 10 and 20 kilowatts. I do also have, wind farms and everything else. Because one of the main reasons I wanted it was just, to produce water, and then, well, the heat is essentially as a byproduct. Might as well make use of that. So, in order to cool it down, I'm just circulating through the Stirling engines. If I had the Stirling engines in a row, they would cool it down faster, but the process would, be faster, but then they'd make less energy. The way I do it then is that then they're in a parallel series instead of a chain series. And that way, the whole process takes longer, but then they keep on pumping and making energy for slightly longer. And I should get that thing, set up again. So, I'll need, the greenhouse vents still. Here we have gas mixer, CO2 tank, nitrogen tank, greenhouse gas tank, greenhouse gas sensor, greenhouse vent. And for you, close those for now. Where did I put it? I know I had the filters. There they were. There. Oxygen filters. Noise. Cool idea. I should consider something similar. We just started on Mimas, so we need to utilize the H2 combustor anyway. Ooh! Yeah. This is my second planet. My first run was on the moon. A couple of runs there. I'm playing it permadeath, and then I put one entire stack of volatiles in the furnace, and it exploded in my face. I learned a lesson. So then, now I'm on Europa on day 453. No deaths yet. And I'm thinking if once this run ends for whatever reason, next run will most likely be on Vulcan. And the heat diff from now will be great for power generation. Yeah, it's very handy because then you fill up an insulated tank and it just remains at 1800, almost 2000 Celsius. Grand. Freaking amazing. Close you, look inside my logic pocket, and I'll slap you in there just in case. So ready to go. Once we get to it. No rush dealing with this guy, because I'm going to fill this with pretty much zero oxygen, and it's going to take a while for the plants to grow and all that, but eventually this one will be ready to, deal with that. So for now, what we want is Balin Lemon on the YouTube side saying, on Vulcan, you don't need an insulated tank for power generation. Mine are not. Makes sense, I guess. Yeah, Vulcan is the crazy hot one, so there's more. I guess you might need the insulated tank for keeping things cool, because you want the heat difference. And if I remember correctly, doesn't also the Vulcan have? There's a large heat difference between day and night, so there as well you can just have tanks to maintain a certain ratio of differences and feed those to your Stirling machines. Vulcan has a great vibe, and Janus just looks beautiful. Ooh. And Mimas is kind of Moon Plus. Ooh, neat. Well, this is my second planet. And I'm learning a ton. As it is, I do believe I can just turn you on. And yeah, temperatures are kind of fucked. Yeah, we're gonna have to make changes to the script eventually, because right now these are not at the same temperature. Why are you so cool? Oh, right. All this uninsulated. Yeah, okay. No worries. Well, that's fine. This thing is too hot anyway. Well, 39.2. That ain't so bad. And they're close enough to 50. 50-50. So now you're closed. You're closed. We're gonna have to make an airlock over there as well. Eventually. So I think it's time to vent this place. Just making sure, yeah, nothing should be leaking. Yeah, had a small pipe, and then they started turning liquid in there and stuff. Oh, wait. There we go. Yeah. Last time we did this, the pipes almost burst because the oxygen started turning liquid. But now I'm gonna pass the vent there. Heading out. So. Big old space. With 300 moles of oxygen. Not too bad. If they come up with more planets, I hope they make something which is even more challenging than Venus. And but I'm using Vulcan Air for power gen. Yeah, that is what I understood. Vulcan will be a really fun challenge in trying to just figure out what all can you, sort of a free energy kind of thing of just figuring out the temperature differences. What all can we make happen with that? Just like it has been interesting on Europa, getting to deal with the fact that I have access to the infinite oxygen, but it's cold as hell. Which also means I have free cooling everywhere, so heat is more of a resource I save up in insulated tanks. That's why all my tanks are insulated pretty much, because I just built so many insulated tanks. And well, I guess the good thing is you're kind of cooling off a little bit. But that's fine. Pressure inside this room is aggressively going down. Freaking fantastic.
Hunger critical.
Of course it is. It's right when we're doing this. Oh, if we can get it to close enough to avoid, I guess that'll be handy. almost done. So thinking laptop trying to run away from me. Oh, sorry. O4 sensor, O5 bent. There we go. Being is harder than Vulcan. Nah, well, I don't know. I don't know yet, Sankira. It'll be interesting to try once we eventually get there. We'll change those. Alias. Greenhouse pressure into R2. So then we load into greenhouse pressure from gas sensor pressure I tried to done with Europa. Ooh. Yeah, same here. I would just have had a like sort of Vulcan on the mind, so Vulcan will be my next one. And after that, well, there's many planets to try. So the gas mixer will either be on or off depending on the pressure. Everything we're looping through right now. So this shit won't work now anymore. So instead we'll have easy. So if we load SGT, right, into GH tank pressure with GH tank pressure and tank max pressure. Double check I got that correctly with S and G and T. Boom, registers 1 if A is greater than B, otherwise 0. So, if tank pressure is greater than maximum pressure, so we want the SLT. My bad. Why do I keep on doing? Would ya heckin' please? SLT. Register 1 if A is less than B. If the current pressure is less than the maximum pressure, it's 1. If we're at or above, then it's 0, and then we just do gas mixer on value is the GH tank pressure. There we go. So now we don't need to give a shit. See? Nice and automatic. Fixing right there. If the pressure is beneath our target, gas mixer can go on. Because that gas mixer still won't, if one of the inputs is empty, it won't suck from the other one. It'll still do its best to maintain what it meant to. And Balin Alamein, Saying here, to answer the question of Vulcan versus Venus, I say Venus is harder. Vulcan gets hot enough to make steel. Venus stays at 463 Celsius. And mining on Venus can be death. Bum bum bum. Yeah, Venus has the issue with the heavy, like super high pressure, right? Where you dig a hole and then because it makes a small vacuum in front of you, it'll chuck you in there. And that can break your suit. If I understood it correctly. And Penguin saying Venus has no ice. As Vulcan both are hot, but Venus also has no volatiles and no oxygen. Ooh. Now that's a challenge. And on top of that, it has high pressure and a temperature difference between day and night. On Vulcan, the night is cooler, so you can utilize the difference. And you have H2, yeah, if I recall, volatiles. On Venus, mostly CO2, pollutants, and nitrogen. I have to look that up. Yeah, most people become a mole when on Venus. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, you dig a hole down, you put a roof on, and then you keep on digging so the pressure equalizes. And you're like, rather like do your mining in low pressure. I can totally see that happening. Pretty neat. So how'd you get your oxygen then on Venus if you don't? There's no ice and everything. What, you had to freaking melt gold for your oxygen? Also, Venus atmosphere has low amounts of pollutants, so getting large amounts of it is a pain. Plants, burns. Oh, very true. Yes, plants, of course. Silly me. Because it has that CO2. Yeah, carbon dioxide. They just do a lot of planting. Nice. And should be no temperature difference in Venus. Bum bum bum. Then with Vulcan. Ah, good to know. Thanks, Balin. Well, I'm glad I finally got over my Harvey obsession, even though I never got it done into the thing I wanted. And we're finally gonna learn about the magical ways of Larry. But first, well, we need some gas here. Now, we then define greenhouse max pressure, which should be closer to... Now these are kilopascals, right? So like 100? It's like you're saying, I tried Vulcan briefly, but there's no way to obtain oxygen except plants or buying. I had problems with cooling and frankly it was over my level. I switched from Moon as it was my first play. When I jumped into... this is my third life on Europa. My first two I died to stupid shit. One of them I just quit because... Yeah, one I died because my lungs got so damaged that my suit oxygen was no longer, at a high enough level to keep me alive. To keep me not passing out. And the other one, it was before I'd done anything with traders, and it being my first planet with an actual atmosphere, the lander got destroyed by storms and lost the siege and everything, and I thought, well, there's no point in trying to continue this run. Well, the challenge in Venus. I want to spoil it, but it's possible. If you really want to know, I'll tell you. The cooling is challenging. Bum ba bum. And what I'm doing to make O2 on Vulcan is I'm grabbing CO2 at night in a regular tank, place the tank in my hab, and have my ACs cool it slowly. Ooh, neat. Yeah, because having AC has inputs and outputs, so you can just like recycle it completely through pipes at all times. You'll slowly but surely cool it down. Very neat. And once it's low, let like 60-ish, then release. Yeah, I see that. Now, the 40,000 is megapascals. So 40 megapascals. 100 would be the kilopascals, and isn't that like what the plants usually want, right? Let's see. I don't know, potato. Your maximum grow pressure 200, minimum 25. So okay, we'll aim for like a 190. We define greenhouse min pressure. Say 90 for now. And I want it to go to min pressure if it goes above max pressure. Or something. In between these, we'll figure it out when we get there. We can just make it like maintain 100, it'll be easy enough. And I should make a world save that has explained/shows the evaporation cooling. I did have one before the terrain updates. Ooh, could be neat, Balin. But then again, I still want to learn. I'll take advice. But don't give me too much help. Point me in the right direction. And ideals between 50 and 100, I went for 80. And Vulcan cooling is less challenging since you can still work with the temperature at night. Well, yeah. It does seem like a very interesting thing. So yeah, 80 actually sounds pretty good. So we'll aim for like between 80 and 100 for now. We'll see how it all works out. Now, right now we're just making essentially a stupid script that'll just maintain that temperature, pressure. So we'll load the gas sensor pressure. Then we'll also do... Gotta remember to change that one. There we go. And... Okay, I'm gonna add more aliases for we'll do vent. Oh, these are wrong anyway. We'll do vent state in R3, and for we'll say vent power and R4. State being direction, in out, power being on off. So if pressure is less than minimum, so S L T into vent state being house pressure. Oh, I'm gonna go let the dogs out quickly to the backyard. I'll be back in just a jiffy. Won't take too long. See you soon. I returned. Sorry, suddenly it disappeared. I just saw the time and realized, oh, dude, the boys hadn't been outside yet. And Balin saying, last tip for Vulcan, silver/lead is your friend and enemy. They are life. Have to keep that in mind. Oh, ran out of drink. Operation cooling there, build the working cycle with that. Temperature at 910, assuming you can use water cooling. Medium in phase change. AC and loop. Only a 9th. We're going to go into that evaporation cooling. Never built a working cycle for that, but it might be easier to do than what I did last time. Or you can use AC and work with huge solar power. There's also a way where you would daisy chain atmospheric unit to cool it stepwise. It's super slow and takes a lot of resources. I can see that happening. Yeah, and we need to do that as well on this run at some point. Do the whole phase change machine things. Because they seem very interesting. And I haven't really explored them that much at all, really. Grass pressure and... Oh, welcome on in, Raiders. Hey, oh gosh, darn, if you got
cheese, stinky cheese.
Welcome on in, Raiders. Hey there, Ratmos. Hope you had a good time on observation duty. Welcome in, Azaleria. Truppen Panda. Welcome in, Harujin. Mink, the drawing researcher. Hello, 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 Ratmost herself. And Saka shit. The Rat King. Huzzah! Oh, the Gopu King himself. Hello. Knapzor, hello, a new friend of Ratto. Hello. Knapo, friend of Ratto as well. Hello, Lizaresi. Hello, Sparkly Anarchy. Oh, Shug as well. Wee, Raiders of Ratmost. Kazoo 404. Shoshovetilana. And there, yeah, Ratmost. Indeed, we did. Ooh, glad to hear it. And Penguin saying, the face change is funny. It's learning by doing as in bursting pipes for science. Well, that's the way to go, isn't it? Super fun. So welcome in all Raiders. Hi and hello, I am Hanno, son of Hanno, variety streamer and occasionally amateur game developer, currently playing Stationeers and writing some code in game as well. Huzzah was lurking in the quiet rat stream, apparently. Oh, that Huzzah, he can be a sneaky little goblin lord, can't he? Oh, Ratmos for science. Nice one. But yeah. Tank, max. I realized, wait, these are like essentially defined essential constants, so those should be all capitalized. Because that's the way I like to do things. So vent state, greenhouse pressure, and if it's less than, we do currently GH min pressure. Now I only need one tab open. Oh. The multi-tab megalurks, that's the way to go. The most cozy rat. As that lurks everywhere. It's true. The mania, let's do. Now what I'm trying to do is pressurize my new greenhouse. I made a giant room, and I currently have the game kind of paused while I'm writing code, and I have a big old vent sucking out all the extremely frigid air of Europa out from the room, and now I'm going to replace it with warmer a warmer gas mixture of carbon dioxide and nitrogen so we can plant some plants. And my dude is also kind of dying of thirst. And that's okay. So, what we need to do now is look at the powered vents from the Stationpedia. Oh, there's a large version. For building large-scale airlock systems and pressurized hangars, and a bigger and bolder version of the powered vent that can effectively pull a vacuum in a larger room. Well, we have just a powered vent though. Small to medium-sized rooms. Now, it has mode, outward and inward. Okay, and in is low, out. Yeah. That's pretty much what I need to know. Mode and power. So with our pressure sensor measuring the pressure in the room, if the pressure is less than the minimum pressure, then vent state becomes 1. And then we save in our greenhouse vent it's in its on state or power. I think the on state could also work, right? And we can read power. On is we can read and write. Yep. Alright, good. And is the new room empty? Almost. It was almost empty by the time I paused the game to write this code. That's why I thought, like, I'll just do this now because there was like a few moles of oxygen. We're gonna wait for those to get sucked out into a proper vacuum, and then we shall launch the code, and hopefully it'll control the vents, and hopefully nothing explodes. Many hopefullys, much hope. Now the VH vent on state will be the vent state. Empty as in no placeables. Yeah, no. Wait, I mean there's like trays and things. No loose items there. But there's a Larry and some planting vents. Answering to Bailey and Alamein on the YouTube side. And the game doesn't have much music actually, so we're listening to a mixture of OSTs currently from Mars First Logistics. I made a little playlist. It has Mars First Logistics, a couple of the Dwarf Fortress soundtracks, Cyberpunk 2077, and Pillars of Eternity, and a few songs from Workers and Resources. Now the vent state will be here, so if it's less than, then it's 1. Once we're above minimum pressure, it'll go off. So that's pretty much all we care about currently. Last, if we can give it CO2. Now currently we have the gas mixture being sent into a tank with half carbon dioxide and half nitrogen. And we have our tank pumping stuff in there. Now let's see, a GH vent on vent state. And then we were considering the mode. Should it like add in more or suck it out? We could do another one where we do SGT for vent state. You know what? We can just copy paste the entire line. Next we'll look and compare that against the maximum and greater than. So if it's greater than, it also turns on. But for that one, so if this one says no, I guess we can use this one then for the mode. So with the S on GH vent mode vent state. Well, it's not finished, but it would kind of work here because this will turn on and off, and the mode will be always out. Mode turns in when we are above maximum pressure, but now we want a way to make sure that we know, because these are two different states in two different places. But as things are, I think this will just should still kind of work. We can just turn that one off. And we can just add a save GH vent mode. And this is 0. Because that one was out. Click on confirm. We turn the machine off. Smack that export multiple times, and turn it on again. Ah, fuck. No. You weren't done here. I messed up there a little bit. Hey, we have a vacuum here. Wonderful. Now I can turn you off. Up. And now I can turn you on. Now, these aren't on. Tiny bit of oxygen in here somehow. That's okay, but temperature is at 37.6. Pressure is at 11, a few kilopascals. This one contains 3.9 megapascals of pressure and multiple thousand moles of carbon dioxide and nitrogen. As it fills up this big old giant room. Now there's an airlock which is currently sort of offline. It's just doors. There's an airlock that should be functioning as an airlock, which would then be sucking the air from inside there into this system. Eventually, there will be plants that will be producing oxygen, and this filtration system will be filtering excess oxygen out of the atmosphere. But currently, why is the oxygen amount increasing? Not from there. 2.21 moles. Where's the oxygen coming from? No oxygen here. 3.19. They're all closed. You're all closed. You're all closed. 3.9 moles? What the frick? There's a door. It's all framed. Everything is built solid. How is there oxygen in here? Alright, my character is already taking health damage. I can only assume there was some oxygen stuck inside, I don't know, these things somehow. Nope. Well, there's less oxygen here. Can't be you. Oh well. Pressure's at 56.4. Now this thing should eventually turn itself off, so I'm just a little worried. Oh well. I guess we could run away. I got the oxygen tank pipes here, but there's no access into this space. Spooky oxygen music, it is very true. The spookiest. Trooper Van Asken, I hope you are taking notes and learn some stuff. Bum bum bum. Vitals are health at 81%. Okay, I should probably go take care of the whole vitals thing before I actually die. So, goddamn stupid ladder. Made it. Has a spinning light and everything. Mega fancy.
Health low.
These are my silos of various ores. Oh, there's a storm outside. Furnace room. The very first sort of production area. And here we have my, the living quarters. And there we go. Take off our helmet, our suit, our backpack, our uniform, belts, everything. Let's get all naked like. I need some a dry loaf of bread. Wild storms on Europa. The bread has been consumed. Leftovers go there. Then we drink from the drinking fountain. Nice and lovely. Refreshing. And of course, then we top it all off with a shower. Ah, yes. Get our hygiene all the way up to 150%. There we go. Nice and fresh, so fresh and so clean. Ready to take on the world. Or, this case, a moon. I'm definitely taking notes. My last room on Mars exploded because I think I overpressured by accident. That happens easily, yes. And the back pressure valves are amazing. Now here I have a stacker for hanging out here so I could stack my flowers. Here's a sleeper where I can, if I wish to AFK and leave the machine, the game on. In this one I can just hang out. Metabolic suspension. And a radiator for cooling us off, which is handy because the outside is at minus 143 Celsius. So we have a digital valve which lets the cold air in, and instead of using code, we're using a logic reader, a logic writer, a memory that has a value, and a compare unit that compares what we are reading as the temperature from this here gas sensor, and sending that to the comparison for on one side, and the other one is comparing it to this memory where I just put in a number, 2994 Kelvin, which is 20 degrees Celsius. And if we are above that one, then the logic writer writes down the state of 0 or 1 for this valve, and opens it or closes it. And that is an insulated piece of pipe, so even though the inside of that is at minus 173, the other side of this is at 20.7. So this one will radiation and convection, so it changes temperature with its environment, whereas an insulated pipe will not. Radiated nothing. So this place has taught me very much the importance of insulated pipes and insulated tanks. It's minus 143 Celsius outside. Luxury. Well, apparently right now it's minus 100 and 170. With the storm and everything. At least we get a nice amount of power. And that was all the human needs. Oh, we have some waste. The mouth farts to vent. Because I can vent the CO2 in there because it'll just help pressurize it. Because that one just has sort of very manually maintained atmosphere. Here we have some water. 495. Oh, that's pretty decent amount actually. Of water stored there. We have oxygen that is not murderously cold. Because this one is what I had my old like waste gases from the furnace. They're all the way down to 273 Celsius. But then I just sucked in like super cold oxygen from the atmosphere into this tank and used a heat exchanger to warm it up to a breathable atmosphere. Then I have a pump this into this tiny little tank in between, and then a pressure regulator to make sure that on the other side it maintains an exact pressure, which is enough to not make this thing explode. And then I can just put in a new oxygen tank. Heck, some food has rotten. Probably a lot, actually, because we haven't done any... This is the old farm with the Harveys. Nothing's growing there currently. I should probably fix that at some point. Oh well. For now, though, let's go have a look-see at the new and improved greenhouse. Nothing has exploded yet. We're gonna have to get our screwdriver out. Cycle to interior, so I'm going to change this one. Our internal of the pressure, let's aim for... Well, we set it to be 80. So I want to know, will this work? Go to depressurize. Ooh, 455 days without dying. Well, I guess we can cancel the pressurization because there's nothing in the pipe. Outside is at 68 kilopascals. I was still trying to, like... I see. We've run out of nitrogen. Fair enough. Well... Ooh. On Europe, I think it's more like 40 kilopascals, yeah. Minus 70 outside, that's a bit too cold, yeah. What's the pressure outside? Like, yeah, on Europa, it's around 45 kilopascals, 44. Man, Irish Rover Gaming, and that could not have described my base more like, should fix that. Oh well. That is how it goes. Yeah, I need a lot more nitrogen, it would seem. Like, a lot more. Which means we need to do shenanigans with our furnace and piles of nitrice. But we could repressurize by putting in a bit more oxygen, because we do have oxygen here as well. The idea was to use this place to take oxygen out of here. The temperature is at 15.2, oddly low to be honest. What we can do is we look into our right-hand pocket where we have a... Oh, those dogs. Oof. A hardsuit backpack, and inside that hardsuit backpack we have even more backpacks, and inside these backpacks we have cardboard boxes. You can fit a lot of stuff in a pocket. But what I'm looking for is Okay, one of these. And one of those. First we grab the wrench so we can make modifications to existing pipes. Then we can add a... Oh wait, no, I don't need that one. I can use another one. A passive vent. Not the pass-through, but the one with an inbuilt valve. Can't really see the numbers. All right. Pressure was pretty high there for a tiny bit. Pressure's at 70-ish. Yeah, we can use that oxygen to keep on pressurizing. Now there's CO2 and nitrogen in there. That was a fuck up on my part, wasn't it? Yep. There was a reason why I was thinking of putting down a freaking valve, and that was because we needed to put a one-way valve in between, eh? Works a bit better. So now I contaminated the oxygen. God damn it. If I ever add Stationeers, I'll add sound alert, screeching, overpressured pipes, and cable popping. Those two trigger me more than anything else in the game. Yeah. And a low pressure environment, nice. It is true. It is low pressure and rather cool. Now this thing flew here. We fucked up this oxygen, but that's okay. We're not really using it for anything. We're gonna have to... I will deal with it somehow. Well, the pressure inside is now at, well, above 70. Which is... I guess we could call that decent-ish. Not really ideal, far from it. That thing is trying to maintain the pressure. And with the way we built... Yeah, the only sound alert I have still is the freaking bear. And I guess I should add some more game appropriate ones. I feel like I'm gonna want to add some more either pumps or valves in between here as well. Where would they go? Yes, rat moist, it is true. By the way, I got the rat stuff shut down, so I'm gonna lurk while I eat this sweet potato. Ooh, that sounds delicious, rat moist. I hope it is a most delicious and wonderful sweet potato. Thanks again for the raid. Really do appreciate it. And I hope you enjoy your lurk. Take it easy, friend. So, the pressure here is kind of low. So, you know, let's just vent all of it in here. It'll be fine. A whole bunch of CO2. But nitrogen. Nitrogen is a problem. So this one is trying to make more of our mixture of choice. Kilopascals inside is going down. And we're doing it all the way over here. So that's okay, actually. Because if we can get all the oxygen in here, then the automatic vent should shut down. And then we can at least test that one. And because we sort of end up sort of quote-unquote contaminating the oxygen by putting in a just normal valve, just a vent into the pipe system, so sadly in the in-game that means it'll be blowing out. And see, it turned itself off. Wonderful. So once again, the pressure won't go high enough. But it won't be able to affect this thing too much more. So we're at around 80. How much do you have left? No, a few hundred kilopascals. Equals a few hundred moles. You know, but we don't have anything growing in here anyway, so even if the pressure gets a little too high, it's fine. Besides, usually, you know, around 100 is the most of the inbuilt automated systems try to maintain a pressure of around 100. Bye, right, host. Take it easy. And right, so then for this, so essentially already we could start planting plants here. The temperature is a little high, but not problematic. Pressure is below 100, which is actually pretty good. And we have enough CO2 and nitrogen to do most things we would want in here. Now, I'm not saying I wish Vintage Story was better when talking sync. So many sync issues. Sad. Aww. Gives you the sinking feeling. Tragic. Yeah, it's one of those slightly boring parts of the whole engineering thing. You build something and then you keep on running around looking at numbers. How are they matching up? Are they matching up? We still have 100 kilopascals. You know, that's fine. Because we can do a bit of an experiment here, I guess. So if we get all of that vented out, which would mean we probably want to change this from a valve vent to a pump to make sure we get all of it. Then we'll have all of those in this room. Then we'll change... Then we'll have a look at the logic here that we wrote for the code, so that if the pressure here gets too high, I want that to activate and suck that pressure inside the tank. So it maintains a pressure between 80, minimum of 80, and a maximum of 100. And I was thinking we do that if the pressure goes above 100, it sucks it down to 80, pretty much. Yeah, I was talking to V's about it some time ago. Most of his magic mod issues are server sync issues. Oh, tragic. So 100 kilopascals there. External remains around 84, 85. So yeah, we won't go above 90. Which is pretty good, actually. So I do believe I have here a volume pump sort of ready to go. You can chuck it there. Then we're going to look at the wrench. And I'm going to rip out that guy. And put him there. Because a pump is also... Oh, you know, it's one way. Boop, boop. And we put it back. We look at our cable situation, which is inside a red backpack. And the purple box is the one that has my purple cable. There we go. Cables have been attached. Ain't nobody got time for that. Turbo pump time. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, because what we can then experiment is exactly, because we're not going to get the pressure where we sort of fear it might go, but we can then make more nitrogen in the furnace room. We can smelt some ice, and once we go on that, then when this thing sucks in air from out here, that air will then be also be accessible for this guy to filter, and we're going to then add some logic where we remove excess oxygen from here. It's 11:65 outside. No, it's fast. Okay, Balin Element saying the devs need to update the weather station to give more a detection of a solar storm. They're brutal if outside. 1,165 Celsius outside. Jeez. Okay, or Kelvin, I'm guessing actually, but still, that's many hundreds of Celsius. Yeah, Vulcan's gonna be wild. I'm liking Europa because I've gotten used to it now. I know how to live here. I know how to survive in the cold. And then Vulcan will be the exact opposite. Okay, 52 kilopascals here. Yeah. So essentially, we are successfully purging our oxygen system from all the nonsense I accidentally let in. Because then we can filter from here oxygen into that pipe system and that tank, which will then also be getting filtration from all the nonsense up there. Not Kelvin, that is Celsius. Ooh, 1,180 Celsius peak. Holy shit. I got used to the vacuum on the moon. Yeah. It was a fun time, but it lasted. The only negative on the one negative also with the vacuum was that explosions happened and I never heard it. I just came back and like, hey, there used to be a room here. What happened? No boom. And here, man, I'm hearing the pipes creak. I'm hearing the, wires pop. Like, oh, I can detect the consequences of my actions or inactions quite well. And you're gonna keep doing you, so I'm gonna leave you on for a while, because that'll be fine. You are doing your best, because you'll be just making gas into this tank. We're gonna have to change your maximum, actually, though. Because it can't be 40, because then... Nah, it'll be fine. So now, if we go here... The gas that is inside that room will be sucked into this tank. You're no longer trying to vent all that shit into this room, so that'll be fine. And then we'll be looking at building pipes to give some water to these, and then we can start figuring out, can Larry work? Can Larry? Can the magic hand do the planting for us? I think we're not going to do anything more to the floor. So a quick little... floor grating. There you go. Now we have our sorting systems happening there from our deep miners. They come here. And this is if I want to dump in a mining backpack. Then we have individual sorters for all the things. Do we have these named? No, we don't actually. Or we do? No. No, they just happen in... Oh, they should be, though. And this contains silicon. Oh, yeah, these are just stackers. Yeah, the sorters on the other side, which we named for coal logic sorter, coal, silicon. Now, these are determined by one piece of code once, and then it's like fire and forget. And the last one was for just ores. So any ice or anything else that got passed through here would go up there into a refrigerated vending machine. And what doesn't match any of this will most likely be a backpack or something else that's not supposed to be here, which will then go through here to a tiny vending machine up there. And the room above us Has an occupancy sensor, and it was just so nice. See, look, oh, it's so dark in there. See, no, so dark. And we go in, bang, lights go on. Heckin' amazing. Then we have our individual silos full of things. This we can throw in a backpack and shit. Heckin' noise. We got windows. And we got nice screens showing what we can have. Ah, it's so fucking bright though. Might want to like paint the walls or something. And this thing is just full of ice. Which is what we need now though. So we're gonna know that oxide. Pure carbon dioxide. No, we don't need carbon dioxide. What we need now is nitrous. So we'll do this in number 4, because here we have our mining belt. Click on the vent, put it in there. Oh, wait, that was all I had? And then I fucked in the volatiles. Oh, man. Put screenshots on your disk. Ooh, thanks, Balin. Interesting stuff in the Discord, eh? What's inside here? It is mostly carbon dioxide and a bunch of pollutant. This one is completely heavy. This empty. This one's for like ice melting. God dang it. Okay, so we need nitrogen. Very well. Hey there, Coffee. Hope you're doing well. So we're gonna have to go mining, I guess. Yeah, we're okay on that front. Number 3. We're okay on this front. Now we look at what all do we have here. Now you're my deep miners. You are my backpacks. Then we do number 4. Change from tool belt to the mining belt. Check our mining tools. Battery is at 15%. Let's change that into a fresh nuclear battery. There you go. Then we do change from the ore scanner into our magical sensor lenses. Head outside. Completely ignore the trader we summoned here. He's been there waiting for days, just, you know, either do a deal or be, you know, allowed to leave. I said no. I'll get to you eventually, friend. Eventually. Perhaps. Now we're fuck with our magical tools. That is O2 oxide. That is X for volatiles. Volatiles are usually something very nice. Oh, that is my giant tunnel, which is technically outside, so the lights shine through the terrain. That leads from this base to the mountain base, which has the elevator all the way to the top, where we have a wind farm and solar panel farm and a tiny little music room that we never really got to properly work. But now it is time for me to close that one, open this one. Now from here, change my jetpack into a mining backpack. And grab my mining tools. And control myself. I was about to start mining that nickel, like, oh man, I want some nickel. O2 for oxygen, oxide. Nope. Come on, trace. Silicon. Oxygen. I'm like avoiding nitrogen, like nitrous, because it hasn't felt that important. Iron. We always need more iron, but I'm trying to be good here. Come on. You look like you might be O2, oxygen. We don't need oxygen. Definitely don't need coal. Copper maybe, but It's not the goal now. It's not the target. Ooh, silver. I must control myself. Okay, come on. You need some slightly jagged, kind of slightly sharp ice. Soon I'll just have to like dive into the earth. That looks like could be our target. Oh, silver. Copper. H2O. You are nitrice. Oh, and cobalt. I know for a fact that we don't have that much of this. And having these like freaking utility glasses is amazing. You can just see like through walls too. Like look at wires, look at your pipes. Helps with your base planning, base building. See what's linked to what, and then this mining assistance. Freaking amazing. I do know that on the next run, these will be absolutely top priority. Because these will allow us to then, do a lot more mining underground, so we don't have to, ruin the backyard with all these giant holes. The way I did just now. And then just dive. And let's just grab some of this then too. Why not? We go through a lot of iron. Especially because I have a silly habit of just building these giant freaking tubes. I like my giant tubes. Is that looks like it could be nitrogen, or is that, no, that's O2, that's oxide. Guess it's slightly greenish, a bit more green. That would be lead. O2, that's volatiles. Silicon. More oxide. Let me through, my friend. Ooh, nickel. We do need nickel, though. This I'm pretty certain. See, Kira, me sitting here not having an even properly connected normal furnace for like 20 hours of gameplay. Yeah. I mean, my normal furnace, I just chucked in ice, and then I saved the exhaust in a tank, and then I used the tank to heat up oxygen for breathing air on Europa. So, that was neat. Worked pretty well. And so, there we go, into. Speaking of which, that in there. Yes, the mining labs are hella nice, yeah. Did you also build something like that, deep miners rockets to mine? I have yet to touch on rockets, because I think I'm gonna lose myself with the rockets, so right now we're finally, reaching the world of Larry. But to do that, I ended up building my greenhouse got a little out of hand. And there's nothing growing in it yet. But we're getting there. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. In somewhere, at least. Music reminds me a lot of Portal 2. Currently, we're listening to... This one sounds very much like it's from Mars First Logistics. One of the OSTs I own. I got my first base by closing it and burning some volatiles directly in the room, then filter out pollutants. Ooh, neat. My very first room I warmed up by throwing down road flares. That's O2. O2. Oh. Alright, might as well grab some copper while we're here. Oh. We are time to change out backpack. Oh yeah. My father and I got to mining glasses and began to dabble into rockets, but that was quite some time back before the last big enough updates. Road flares were not enough. I could just start a new game. Well, I also very much enjoy the early game, so very understandable. I'm sort of looking forward to the next big challenge. Well, might as well grab some water ice. Gonna need it anyway. And in general, figure out how did I pump everything from point A to point B from the old greenhouse to the new one. We'll get there. Those O2. Also, I'm gonna put these in my current backpack. Oh, that looks like it might be nitrogen. Judging by the color. Grab the nickel first, though. We've got some deep miners set up in a couple of places. I made a whole box full of them and I was supposed to then expand on them. Just haven't really gotten around to it yet. It's also O2. Yeah, nitrous. It's handy having both the mining backpack and belts, because then when the backpack is prioritized and when it's full, then you notice like, okay, yeah, the belt is now getting some stuff, so I just changed backpack. I'm trying to get the N2 from nitrous. Get mine from water ice normally. Ooh. I guess I should make one of those electrolyzers to make some nitrogen from these. Give me a quick sec. There we go. But yeah, now you definitely should consider, the whole water electrolyzer, I do believe is called, for turning water into nitrogen. Now I was thinking this could be neat, and then because they come with the NOS, and I was thinking, I wonder if I can just throw in a little bit of volatile as well to help combust as much of the NOS in the furnace as possible. The electrolyzer splits water into volatiles and O2. Okay. Oh yeah, nitrogen from water. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. My bad. I completely forgot how the game worked for a while there. A little brain fart? Yep, Balin. Absolutely a brain fart. I'm like, oh yeah, right, yeah, because, water ice has the... it also contains nitrogen. That is the gas that comes out. Alright, change backpack. There we go, again, collections of random shit. Man, I'm glad I have my freaking sorter system done now. Combined with the... Is that... Okay, cool, more cobalt. Let's go grab some of that. Yeah, I was thinking like nitrous oxide. So if you melt a little bit of pure oxide, volatile ice into the furnace together with the nitrites, and we could then burn away some of the nitrous oxide that way. Well, technically you don't want to. Alright, more nitrites. But I also kind of do want to. Man, I'm like a worm digging through the earth. Oh, look at them all, they're tasty morsels. Oh, freaking nitrites. Oh, so nice, so nice. Mmm, tasty. You'll want to store NO as a liquid. Get it to be pure as a liquid is a challenge. It is a challenge we will face when we get there, my friend. Let's grab some of this copper while we're here. Copper is something we go through a lot because of, electrics, cables. Also go through a lot of gold, but I have a lot of gold already. So I have no desire to mine more. I've been having a deep miner for a long time, just running around in an area that gives out like pure gold. I have a new one that gives out gold and silver. That way we built a whole bunch more of those because we want to go back there and put some more of them so we can get more iron that way as well. Less mining, more just, auto mining. Alright, let's grab that last piece of nickel there. Come on, you can't escape. There we go. And then, I guess we should go up. Ooh, nitrous. Heck yeah. The nitrous will lead me up. And apparently silicon. Oh. So it's time to change backpacks again. You know, probably be faster if I just do this and then I hold down shift as well. Oh, that was oxide. Let's grab a little bit of this silicone on the way. Our vitals are going down, so we shouldn't stay here for too long. We already have multiple stacks of nitrice. That's silver. Yes. Good old Argentum. And that is something I'm pretty sure we don't have enough of. I've been building a lot with the giant cables, so I keep on running out of a freaking electrum. A few things want silver, like the filters, but now we're using the better filters pretty much, so the heavy ones. So they don't use silver quite as much. I think they use the stellite more. Which one of the more advanced alloys. Alright, then we just need to find our way home. I think it's that way. We can turn off our sensor lenses. Put away the mining tool. Change backpacks. Change belt. Don't throw away your stupid tablet. And we change from configuration to tracker. Previous. Ah. I was going in completely the wrong direction. There we go. That was the lights and everything. Back. Yep, go. Nice little jetpack save. Heck yeah. Okay, so now we have a couple of backpacks full of all kinds of junk. And I was thinking, yeah, so if we grab a couple of volatiles, we throw them in the furnace.
Hydration critical.
Indeed, my friend. And then a bunch of nitrice. So the tiny bit of nitrous oxide should create super fuel. Ignite at like what, 50 degrees Celsius, I think. And then we just throw in more nitrice pretty much. Try to keep it cool. But before we do that, we're gonna have to add a it's true. Yeah, we have to add some valve systems for the gas outputs from our gas processing, because that actually produces pretty freaking hot gas, and that's a bit of an issue here because we don't want them hot gases. We don't want the plant room to heat up too much, and if you pump in nitrogen at 200 degrees Celsius, well, get a little bit uncomfortable for our plants. Yeah, they'd heard a man. It's annoying that sometimes you jump like crazy powerfully. Enemy that one. And there. Start by taking care of our weak human needs, eating that dry loaf of bread, and drinking our delicious water, and then having a fancy little shower. See, just loaf. Just bread loaf. No butter, no cheese, no lettuce, no nothing. Just loaf. Oh, there you go. Store that in the fridge, which is also very handy, the small fridge on Europa, because we can just pump it with a passive vent from the outside. A fridge at a nice, not too drastic of a temperature, but around minus 146. Keeps that bread nice and cool. Crispy, even. Then we have a shower. That at least, though, is at a sensible temperature. I'm using heat exchangers for a lot of shit here on this map. It's just been fun for cooling stuff off. And it'll be interesting then when we eventually find our way over to heckin' Balkan. We shall unleash the mouth farts on our living area and declare that done. Yeah, we're gonna have to make a proper atmo for, well, all kinds of shit. And I just realized I have an entire tank filled with a gas mixture we've pretty much just from our old greenhouse. Why am I not using that? God damn it, Max. God damn it, man. See, look at that. The perfect three-way. It's actually pretty cool. I only able to just add more CO2 from venting and so on into that place. Temperatures at 25 too. Alright, so if I wanted to then get my hands on that nonsense, how would I do it? I would pull a pipe from there. Yeah. Well, that's good, because we can use that then to try to get the atmo there, get the pressure up, and we can start making use of that tank that we got there. But also in the meantime, we are going to put in those valves I spoke of. Now, what would be a good one? Now we have this logic controlling a lot of this stuff. So the same one could then be controlling these valves where it does not allow gas to pass into the plant area unless it is at an acceptable temperature. Your filtration is acceptable. Pollutants are still... Oh, wait. Yes, I should make a pollutant filter at some point. Oh well. We'll make one eventually. In the meantime, we close you off. You'll be open for extra cooling. And we look at our wrench, at our magical pockets. It is there. You wouldn't happen to own any digital valves, right? Pressure regulator, turbo pump, gas mixer. Nope. Well, we have 10 normal ones, so that'll do. Yes. We're just doing something else with that. Now for this one... And should there be one way, by the way? I think there should. Makes sense for me. Because there's no reason for any of these gases to be pumped back into here. And this one has the same one. But facing the other way. There. And they are all closed. Which means we can now let stuff in here to be filtered without worrying about it, ruining everything. Now there's a water pipe going through all of that. And the greenhouse is literally beneath us. Fair enough. We need... I don't think we can make that work. There we go. And as a placeholder, that one. And see, now we can see it from below. I was thinking, do I need insulated pipes? And I don't really think I do. And in the meantime, we could... Yeah, we'll do that one after we... Okay, or not. Let's do that one now, because that's going to take more time. Alright, so we're going to put that guy away. Computer has disappeared again. And they like hiding. There we go. There's a small amount of volatiles. Look fucked and it tries now. Inside this here backpack. And this one has a bunch of shit in it. Tragic that these aren't turned invisible when they go there. Not sure why. Oh, no stuff in it. Excellent. Now they're all getting sorted. And now... I think we try to close you off. Open you up. A little bit of everything. And we'll open you up. Temperature is crazy high. I'll put you in there. And one stack of nitrites. Temperature surprisingly low. Oh, temperature keeps on increasing. Okay. Temperature remains at above 100. Temperature started increasing. Temperature here is at an acceptable tiny bit of nitrous oxide. See what liquid's in there. There we go, a little bit more. Pressure at 16 megapascals. Right, 3 megapascals. Decent amount of pressure. Tiny bit of volatiles. $21. Music going freaking wild. The most dramatic and exciting freaking ice melting music I've ever heard. We're making actually small amounts of super fuel inside there. That's why the temperature keeps on growing. The music is actually a little loud. Can I just move? Hopefully this will. Hey, it worked. Nice. A bit more pleasant. Ooh, temperature's increasing pretty well, actually. And we'll add to those. That backpack away. Temperature and pressure here. 8% nitrous oxide. Tiny amounts of volatiles. That goes to 34. Temperatures are up 1200 Celsius. 1500 Celsius. Too bad in here. Cutting down on the nitrous oxide amounts though, so that's good. That's sort of what I was hoping for. The temperature we can get rid of thanks to the magic of the external atmosphere. Tiny amounts of pollutants. Small amounts of volatiles. Crazy ass temperatures. And open. Now the pressure here goes down because it goes into the tank and system below. Oh, right. That's what I was supposed to do. So 1030. And fine. We'll wait for that shit to finish. We do, as you see, there's a whole bunch of freaking backpacks here now that have been emptied into my vending machine. Freaking lovely. There. Nice. So organized ore systems. We have aggressive mining habits. Now we go in here. We've closed off the system. See, they're at 400 Celsius. But these things, automated cooling will bring them down to 200 degrees Celsius at least. 9 kilomole of NO2. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, at least we can fit it easily enough. That's not an issue. 12 kilomoles of nitrogen, a little bit of CO2, and some pollutants, and a tiny, teeny bit of oxygen. And that's just in this tank. Yeah, it's a one-way valve, so on the other side, we have them, hot and rather well strongly expanded, so whenever this thing, they cool down, they shrink, and then one-way valve allows more of it to pass through here and cool down. And eventually they'll find an equilibrium, and that's when we open this one, which allows this system to start to filter the gases. And once they're done with filtering, these two are here to nice and insulated, so they remain hot and not liquid. And here we have oxygen, CO2, and nitrogen, which will then be. So that wasn't properly been emptied. And that one's been emptied. This one still has, what, 12 kilomoles. Jesus. I gotta find more uses for my CO2, apparently. But more importantly, now we can look at our tube backpack. And look, and we find out, there it is. So, oh, crap. Keep on forgetting I have this heckin' tool. Change on the T-ray scanner, and then we can see that the pipe is there. Now the problem is it's going to go into that one. I was hoping to be able to... Yeah, that needs filtration, so we can't do that one. So we go to the room above, we do a little assembly, reassembly, And we go through. What the hell is that? Oh, greenhouse water. Fine. So we can work with that. We've got the insulated pipe. Wow. On secure, yeah, for warming up the road flares, you know what I got a good hint for it, is if you first suck out a vacuum into a room and then you throw in some ice, it'll be a lot warmer than using the actual Europa atmosphere. So, starting with a vacuum is, funnily enough, the powerful way to go. There we go. Then we'd use, nope, not for number 5, in the right hand pocket, and in the yellow backpack of boobs. Right now, it's even 90 kilopascals. That is keeps on going down. Now, if we change this one, for example, then to a digital valve that will be monitoring this thing once it hits target, which is being controlled by, well, this one anyway, then it would open that valve and similarly have a system checking the temperatures here. And if temperatures are at the target, then open those valves. Not joking about that either. So no, as a liquid, getting it to be a pure as a liquid is a challenge. I'm even joking about it. Yeah. I believe you. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now finally we can get some more pressure in there. Now we're also then gonna have to do some farming because, yeah, we can, pretty much. So let's, well, bring some more seeds. Single one, what the frick, the frackles, that kind of bullshit. Fine. So then with this we can get our farm up and running. And those soldiers sound funny. You'll depressurize just fine. Can you repressurize? You should be able to. Because you depressurized this very room not too long ago. Well, you tried. Now, one-way valve, followed by good old pipette. Pressures of over 5 megapascals. 97, excellent. We are in fact getting there. However slowly. I was thinking like, oh, I can run down here, gonna immediately soon start farming, and then I remembered, oh wait, I need water. Well, I do have one water canister thingy with me, so that's something. This one, 1.58 liters. Oh, better than nothing, as they say. And then we do that. And that. There. Now there should be no way to get the oxygen into here. Plus, now, yeah, we cleaned the system. No nonsense in there anymore. At least not too much. And you can go back there. Alright. System is ready to go. You remain empty. You got 12 kilomoles. You have a little bit of gas in you. And that is a-okay. So now we want to make some small changes. Where this one would then actually suck out the gas. The thing is we can just whip out our laptop once more and clickety-clackety on the edit button. Pause the game so we don't lose too much hunger and such. So here we have it. And now if our mode would be determined by looking at max pressure, you know, because you see that works, because when we're below max pressure, the mode is 0, which means blow out. When you're above max pressure, well, now the mode is 1, which means suck. So the question is, can we find a neat, simple way? It really is low level, isn't it? Is there another gym? Yeah. We have the, I've used aliases for it because there's a limited, you have 15 registries and a limited amount of registries for like input devices. And you can use these batch reading and such, so you can do some shenanigans, add more some objects are like the integrated chip housing do have a internal memory, so you can do some stack stuff where you write into you can like add and push and pop from a stack. I don't see anything like this outside of some farting around with an Arduino to make LEDs flash. Yeah, it is a very cool way because that is essentially sort of what we try to do here, Arduino level coding, an integrated chip. Alias and literal pins to names. Yeah, that's what I'm doing here. Many people write their code, they don't do a lot of aliasing. They just do like, LS, SLT, R0, R1, and so on. And I get easily confused if I then have to look at that code later on about what the friggity frack is this. So I like using a lot of aliases and defines if possible to like just have the as human readable as possible here. And you always want to have a yield in here because yield means it waits for one game tick to pass, because otherwise this code can be running crazy fast and slow down your machine a lot. Feels like assembler level with some advantages. Yeah? Yeah, it's based on MIPS, which is an actual game coding language, the one used to code, for example, the Nintendo 64. That's pretty neat. Yeah, but for this one, yeah, so we wanted to see if we're above max pressure, then change mode. And I guess we could just have if... I was kind of hoping it would then pull it down all the way to min pressure. I guess we'll just do a loop. This is closer to actual machine code. The computer actually reads code. Yeah. And what it actually does, of course, is binary. But I like the fact because you then also can do bitwise shenanigans here. So you can use singular bits as flags and so on, which I was doing at least in one code. I'm thinking that's always neat. And most languages are designed for people, I'm told. That is very true. Yes, because the machine code is just pure binary. And then there's abstractions upon abstractions where you go to low-level code, which is the very first abstraction of then, hey, how do we make easier for people to understand what the machine is doing? Then further abstractions to then, from to like actual low-level code, and then further, then higher level and object-oriented, all the modern languages. In the end, it's all ones and zeros. All logic gates. So for this one, we can have let's try to make a loop while we do a get to min pressure. That is now essentially an alias to that line number. I just ordered food in less than 40 minutes. Nice. Sounds lovely, by the way. I'm getting hungry myself. Ooh, got up at 5 a.m. today. All I've had today is a little breakfast. And I started streaming at 8. Or something like that. Half past. I can't remember exactly. Ooh. Already had about 8 hours full. So get to min pressure. Will essentially be a loop calling to itself until we've achieved something. Then you can jump back into start, and then in start we'll have a thing checking. So we do this, like for example here, we can have a sort of branch if greater than this thing from save to branch. So branch if greater than event state is sorry. Change that. If greenhouse pressure is greater than GH max, greenhouse maximum pressure, and see our target, we give it a number, for example, which line it would go to, like go to line 5. It's go to essentially. But we can also then use just get to min pressure, which I just did here because this is just an alias to line number essentially. And then I can grab here this one, BX, BE. 3 connected bread with cheese bread. Ooh, tasty. I haven't had connected bread in a while. And it's the purple syntax, except Linus 31 function definitions. No, they're essentially like an alias, but instead of a registry, they're an alias for a line number. So line number 17. It's handy to use these because then if you write more code and it moves around. Well, now line number 17, if you do go to 17, it would no longer go to where you want it to. So that way it is a alias for a line number. See, we have J for jump. So go to, essentially go to, and they have a line number start. We could also do J 17 here, and it would do the same thing. Because then the code comes to here, then the does the go to here, and then does all this again. So essentially how you do loops. So yeah, purple is just... So effectively you would use them as similar to function definitions, but functions don't really exist here. There's all these commands. Oh lord, this go to really are in retro land. Oh yeah, a paragraph in a sense. That's why I have an alias for start, and we yield for the... So pause the execution for one game tick, so we don't, overstress the machine. Then we load in the pressure value from the greenhouse tank into greenhouse tank pressure. Then we save if lower than pressure into GH tank pressure. The comparison of GH tank pressure and tank's max pressure. And gas mixers on status is based on that one. So we overwrite the actual pressure number with a yes, no, and then we depending on the yes, no, the gas mixer machine turns on. Currently it's on because tank maximum pressure is at 30, well, might as well put it actually to from 40 to 30, so 30 megapascals. For our room itself, we have 100 kilopascals and 80 kilopascals being our maximum and minimum. If we're below minimum, we'll get to minimum. And once we get above maximum, we go back to minimum. Here we go greenhouse pressure, gas sensor pressure, a save to GH vent mode 0 to make sure the mode remains, the other way. And here we do save less than vents into vent state if greenhouse pressure is less than greenhouse minimum pressure. If less than is true, which means below minimum pressure, then we save into the GH vents on logic the value in vent state. So if it is less than, then the vent goes on. If it is not less than, then the vent goes off. Then we branch if it's greater than. If greenhouse pressure, which we've measured here, is greater than our maximum pressure, then I want you to branch to line number, get to minimum pressure. And here's we have where we save to the greenhouse vent into its mode status, our current vent state. So we got here, vent state will be something. So here we can do a vent state save less than if greenhouse pressure, min pressure. So if this happens, we know we're doing it because we got above maximum pressure. So in that way, we can save it to the vent state. We change mode to 1, so it changes direction. We know this is happening, and also we're gonna be looping through this quite a while. So we make sure we have a yield here, so the game doesn't get a fit. And then we save there we go. In the vent, not the vent state, but also one. So we turn the vent mode is on, so instead of low it's suck, and then turn on. Your two is just jump. I know you should check out Exapunks and TIS 100 if you ever find the time. It's very similar assembly like syntax. I think TIS 100 is something I knew about, but I haven't heard about Exapunks. I really should check these guys out. I really like the low-level language coding. I find it just, it's a fun puzzle, and it is infinitely rewarding when you can really figure out how do I make this machine, which doesn't actually have a brain, do what I want. It's like a few steps away from, clockwork mechanisms, but with memory. Now, turning both of these into one is something that is making me a little itchy. So what we're gonna do is, if we do get here, we do save if greater, no, sorry, we can't do that. So if greater than into vent state, if our greenhouse pressure is greater than GH min pressure. Now, of course, we can't, before we do any of that, we should also then load into greenhouse pressure from our gas sensor the current pressure value, because otherwise we'll be looping through this eternally with old information. So first we load in what is the current pressure, is it greater than our minimum pressure, and then we can use here for both vent state and its on state, the vent state, so that once we'll be looping through this until this one says, okay, we are no longer greater than min pressure. In fact, min pressure would be bad. We have to do another define of greenhouse target pressure, and we'll make that one be 85. So this is where we want to get to. Now we change this one to get to target pressure. And same as that one, so get to target pressure. So greenhouse pressure, gas sensor pressure, say greater than vent state greenhouse pressure for the target pressure, because I don't want to go accidentally below 80, which we might do because of how gas simulation, the movement might be a little slower than we might hope to. Making sand think. Exactly, Oshag. Making rocks have thoughts. Well, simulations of not make rocks have thoughts, make rocks do math. They don't need to think about anything, just need to do the math. Just numbers. If even that, just yes, no. So now we set the mode, is it on or not. And I'm doing it this way because I'm hoping that once we finally get to our target pressure, first it will change the mode from suck to blow and turn itself off, and then we can have a branch not equal 0. No, other way. Branch if equals 0 on vent state. The vent state will do levels for the vent state, and I want your branch to start. Starret? No. God damn you bastard. There you go. Let's walk through this. So we yield, we check what the gas sensor says the pressure is in the room. Then we make a check and we save if greater than. So into vent state we save the comparison value of greenhouse pressure and target pressure. If we are greater than our target pressure, we save in the value of 1. We save that value of 1 into our mode, meaning our vent will be doing a suck instead of a blow, and on, so it will be turned on as well. And once this is eventually 0, which means greenhouse pressure is no longer greater than target pressure, then vent mode equals 0, so it changes again from suck to blow, and the vent on state changes to off. Now then vent state is 0, so if branch line B, if A equals 0, vent state will at this point equal 0, we'll go back to the start and we just keep on doing this loop instead. But if A equals 1, then at the end here we go to get to target pressure. So we have this go to here instead. We go back here and we keep on looping here until vent state equals 0, which we'll do when we are below our target pressure. And we have a little bit of a movement here because Okay, let's change this from 100 to 90. So why not? The maximum pressure is now 90, minimum is 80, our target's in between, a nice little 85. So if greenhouse pressure, gas sensor loads here, GH vent mode 0. Yeah, that's fine, because, okay, then through this loop we just check. So this is essentially similar to this one, but we're just doing all the things. Okay, now this one does have a problem. We need to do one more thing. If we enter this loop, this means we're sucking in the air, right? Which means that our gas mixer, depending on how long this takes, might make too much gas. And the tank is now getting an input from the room and the gas mixer. Now these are most likely not ever going to actually push the gas tank beyond its limits. What we can do is just a safety system here where we copy paste this one. So in case we're doing stuff this way, if we are in this loop, I want you to make sure that this gas mixer is off. So just make sure whenever you're in this loop, sucking pressure out from the room, gas mixer must be off. So we don't have two inputs into the same tank. And once we're done with this loop, then we can check, do we still have space for putting in more gas? And then we'll try to do that instead. I've got 6 minutes to food. It's like they're already here. Oh, my way, I can smell it. Oh, it smells delicious. It's gonna be amazing food. I hope it fills you up, so very well. Now this code looks like it should work. So we click on confirm. We press R. Oh, R was already open. We turn that off. We steal. Click, clack, clack, clack on the export. Put in there. Turn it on again. You are now sucking in air because our external pressure is above 85. Isn't that cool? Now we're getting a mixture of gases in here. Pressure is increasing, a few megapascals, that's fine. See, I turned off because our external pressure got to 85, but it's still increasing because that one is also letting in the old greenhouse gas. And now it's sucking again because it went above 90. And then it turned off because it locally got to 85. Hacking machine works. The code works, guys. It is amazing. We did this. Pasta calzone with a tuna salad and some top-notch garlic bread. That does sound incredibly delicious. No matter way, I will admit. I am jealous because I am on a diet. And I'm desperately trying to lose weight. And it is very tragic and sad. Now, currently we don't have any form of temperature control here, which we then, because the greenhouse sensor, we can see here, measures the local pressure, temperature, capacity in liters apparently, and how much liquids are in here. I did not know that it did all that. That's very neat, actually. Now the good part is we can just leave this here, because you'll keep on sucking. I want to see when it turns on again. Can I do it in just any second now? The gas mixer was on currently. Now we can't make anything because we don't have any nitrogen. Yeah, see, gas mixer has turned itself off. The code works. Now we then need to add more bits and pieces here because we need a way to, well, cool down the place. The good part is, yes, that the outside world is at minus 149 Celsius, so, we got easy access to cooling gases. We'll add a radiator and a logic to control a digital valve, which allows the external air to travel to it, yes or no. You don't have any nitrogen, you're not getting any nitrogen because that valve is closed. We want to make some changes in that local code as well, so that we don't... Oh, Balin asking me, I never did ask. You know how to debug by a setting? Oh, like in with the IC housing, when you say save a number in your DB setting value. Yes, I do know that little trick, because many objects have a setting memory slot, which then has to do with many machines what their current setting is. But the IC housing's setting doesn't do anything. It's just there, but it is a read and write. So you can write into it any variable, and then you can look at it. Because like we see here, its state is 0, which essentially its setting. So we can use that to, see what exactly is this doing. If we're saving a target value we want to follow as it's happening. The other option is to use your tablet and put in the configuration disk or chip and look at the thing, because then you see all the numbers. But that can get a little tricky sometimes. There's also another logic line number. Nice of you to have latch codes. Yeah. A logic line number. So we can see like which line it is on currently. So let's see here. We grab our tablet. We change our tracker to the configuration. And here we go. We have our power mode error setting on required power hash. There's line number 20. 34. 20. So we see it's looping through stuff. That is actually pretty neat. That's very neat. And wonderful. We are actually getting some gases in here. And the gas mixer will actually will ultimately get its own piece of code as well, because we are currently just putting a random ass 50-50. And I'm going to use the same logic that we had for the fuel mixer, where we can mix gases of independent of their temperatures and expansions using the ideal gas law to make sure the combination that this thing will be putting out will actually be a 50-50 or whatever ratio we end up deciding depending on what kind of plants we do plant here. But currently, it's working, I'm a little surprised even. And we'll look into mucking about with this guy eventually. Have the chip ready and everything, but we are in no hurry right now. We have a chip here, which will be then controlling whether or not this thing, filters. Should we filter? Yes, no. All it does is detect the oxygen ratio, which we can get from the machine itself. And if the oxygen ratio goes beyond target point, then activate. Filter all the excess oxygen away, and it'll be a-okay. I'll see where it's looping. Yeah. Like my centrifuge dump code, I use latches, run latch, then a dump latch. Yeah. I see that, yeah. It's very handy. I'm just really happy about this shit working. I'm feeling like awkwardly proud of this. Yeah, and this needs to be, refixed and reset. And we'll have to put in some nicer walls and floors and everything. It's going to be all lovely. For now, though, let's get these plants some water. Let's see here. There. Because we do have one of those, which has a tiny bit of water in it, so we can at least get Larry here to run around and do something. Oh yeah, we'll have to rebuild these though. Multi-check the Larry codes. In fact, what we need to do, number 1, before I forget, add it to my library. Which is greenhouse Come on. Europa. 6. So now I'll have this saved. And I can then look into the library. Yeah. And we look at the hydrolary. Alright, what we got here. Loop yield, current position. Because we had defined a few things. Which was for define drop-off station. Pickup station is 1 and drop-off is 2. That's really what I needed to know. Because right now this one is station 1, so this would be pickup. Drop-off should be station 2, so you, my friend, need to move. There it is. Perfect. Then we look at these wiry wire cutters. We close this one. We open up our power. We switch over to our logistics backpack. I do believe we should have an entire box filled with. There you go. There. Now, currently none of this is going over. It's just getting dumped on the ground over here, but we'll just see. Will they try to do anything? These are the big questions here. Now I'll turn you on. Now, currently we don't have any code also then controlling this, so it'll just, well, it'll end up doing something, hopefully. And I do believe it is a wrench. Something made an error sound. I need to get rid of those. Very little power. Oh, okay, so we almost have everything from there already. Which means we could try to put in a turbo pump here as well to really get the last of those. Or a better idea might be probably just leave it. So this should then be enough to maintain pressure inside here. There we go. We can use that in the other rooms we want to turn and have, you know, when the pressure rises. This may be a spoil, says Bailey in Elevane on the YouTube side. When you get to rockets, on the rocket computer, most of all devices, you can change some of the settings via the computer. Like the rocket integrated chip, IC. You can reset an IC chip in the rocket by changing the line number field in the computer. Oh, I wouldn't call that a spoil. That's just, you know, a bit of a forewarning. It's more like, you know, hey, do this by doing exactly this and so on. Then that is a bit of a spoil, telling me how to play the game, if you will. Oh, by the way, this one is Station 2, Station 1. Perfect. So that is now correct. And we were looking at... inside atmospherics, where we also then find liquids. None of that. You have 3...
Hydration critical.
And then we would want...
Hunger critical.
Alright, so now we get water here. Funny, because you can see I can put this one further down. Then we change over to station. One further down, oh, won't work. On the side, that'll work. So that's a good way to check, are you, you know, where you want it to be for the station. Now, the way I built this bastard is that he shouldn't care. He just goes to the next stop. And does his check. And... I guess they got water now. So now we do, I mean, access to it. And it is... Temp is at 50. Temp is a little high. But now there's water. And a bit of steam in there, oddly enough. Oh well. Now the way the Larry code I made works is not like planting an empty one. It'd be interesting to add that as well. But we'll just do that. And now... $18 milliliters. Ooh. Probably try to put some more water in here. Goes to check plants. Everything seems happy. I guess I should add logic where it detects if it is at home and then it waits for like a few seconds. Because right now it'll be just looping forever. And it'll be taking a while before these actually thrive. Oh, they're in darkness. Right. Yeah, we're gonna need to add a solar lamp too. Alright then. So now we Man, I love that spinny light. I kinda forgot about the grow lights. So, need some grow lights for the plants. We'll need a solar sensor. I do believe we still had at least one sensor in the logic pack. We can just check in here. Don't throw away the sensor. We need that, my friend. Grow lights. Just about to ask. Yeah. Cool. If I leave you on, you'll make 8. Okay, we'll see how many you make. If I try to just quickly go and get myself something to eat, something to drink, and a nice little shower. Get mostly naked. We can leave our cool shades on because we you know cool kids wear shades at night. That's how it works. You all seen the TV. And TV never lies. The magic mega drink. I like the fact that I have my occupancy sensor, but it doesn't do shit. So this is a powered one, so I'm wondering if I could then... So I'm hoping to have it so that when I enter here, that detects I'm here. Then it turns on the lights. When I leave, it turns off the lights. But it could also simultaneously turn on the light and the shower. If I could get it to detect my hygiene level, that'd be even better, but I'm not sure we can do that. Because then we can just, you know, shower until the shower itself says, "You clean enough, get out." External pressure, 87 kilopascals, absolutely fine. Ooh, quick check, by the way. What is my local hangout atmosphere? 72% oxygen, so yeah, adding some others is pretty decent plan. And we can pretty much, because it is pretty close to here, beneath that wall, in fact, we could link up the remains of our old greenhouse and use that to pressurize this room. Six grow lights. I'll get us somewhere. What? No, heckin' Jesus, there you go. Use the proper atomic nuclear batteries. They're the best ones. Nuclear. I'd be pissed if my shower IRL turned off when I thought I was done. Me too. Hey, no one ever claimed this to be any kind of like utopian future full of freedom. No. Alright. Depressurize. Works just fine. Will repressurize work faster now? Lower. Oh, Jesus Christ. I've never seen it repressurize that fast. Heckin' amazing. Internal goes to 85. Okay, so having it put the other gas into a tank that has a high pressure seems to be the way to go for yeah. I'll have to remember that in the future, because then you can make even like simple airlocks a lot faster if the other part is also, you know, nice high pressure tank. Sorry. For the shower automation, maybe a proximity sensor would work best. That is range like 1 meter. I mean, it could, but you see, my shower, Valen, is a single grid. There is a door, so it is a room. So I have my occupancy sensor detect me enter the room. It is, you know, a proper bathroom. So it is then, of course, closed off with a giant metal door currently, like a hatch. We need to make internal doors. So I'm pretty sure an internal door can still make can still define a room, which means then we can use that for the bathroom. I'm just here to oogle at this because I'm just like so happy it all worked out. Oh, you know, it's all working out better than expected. I'm almost increasingly suspicious. Right, grow lights. We came here for a reason. Whoop, there we go. And there we go. Now I'm mildly worried, and I can only hope. Oh, thank God. We can get cables through there. Heckin' eggs. I was thinking like, oh, we'll have like this super tight things with these guys, but then hey, we can just do grow lights in the middle. Now the range for a grow light was like a weird 6 or some shit. So I think this should cover almost all of them. One way to find out, I guess, would be just stick it there. So this one might cover all of them, or it will cover everyone except this one, or it might not even cover those. Two should be enough. One thing that I've never found out is, does an occupancy sensor detect a trader? I do believe the occupancy sensor, as it was defined in the documentation, mentioned players. Let's have a quick look-see. It'll be triggered if there's a player in the same room as the sensor. Quantity variable shows the number of players. You configure to only detect players who hold the correct access card using cartridge. So I'm assuming it will not detect the trader, but it should be easy enough to check once if you build a hangar type thing where the traders actually land inside and you just have an occupancy sensor in there. And because it turns green when it says yes, and also you can like link it, I guess, to a lamp on another side of the wall, and if the lamp turns on, then like, hey, the occupancy detector has in fact detected a thing, which could be neat. Like for this one though, these will be controlled by logic, so we gotta change. So green. It's our cable of choice here. Right, so I have a problem with you, yellow. And we got purple going through that corner. But green has more claim. So what if, my friend, we moved you to go slightly down on this wall? And that could work. I should have tested that on my Europa base. I will later on my Vulcan base. I am interested in finding out. We'll see who gets there first. Most likely you. So that goes there. I just don't like them going down like for this one because it is theirs. That sort of makes sense. But I would like for you to come through here a different way. Can't make you go above. So if the yellow would go at least across this one. So that I think what if I go here, but then there still won't cross. It's one of those annoying, you know, freaking cable problems. Sorry. Well, eventually we'll build the thing a bit more bigger and more proper. So for now, we can make this work. See? Heckin' perfect. Close enough. Because, you know, these are serve no purpose. Because I'm randomly in the middle of the floor. The idea is to then eventually have all of these pulled, and we might as well then have them go all the way here. Then maybe they go across the ceiling, or they go across the floor, similar to this one. And they all then get back there. Now if I click you on. Thriving. Oh, that is enough light for all of these. Neat. That means we should be able to find in our and logic box. Last sensor. The good old daylight sensor. This is the closest shit we got to a clock. There we go. To see if horizontal is above some. I'll use a configuration card to see if it detects one or two entities. That would also work, I guess. Damn. Maybe we don't do that. Because that one will be sometimes stuck in loops and so on, and if it's stuck in loops, it will not be then monitoring the lights, and then, you know, lights balances get all fucked. And I don't want to do a separate IC chips purely to freaking control my lamps. I'm thinking, what if we just put IO... We put in logic chips, and that way we'll actually make use of the yellow cable after all, so it'll control our normal lamps and these ones, because we can just use a batch writer to write into any and all grow light its current on and off state. This looks like as an acceptable piece of wall for some logic slapperoonies. We'll need a memory. Not there though. Oh. We need a in-out. So we'll have a logic reader, which reads the horizontal value. Oh, we have a batch writer, which writes to all the grow lights. We'll have and then a logic compare. I can put you. Oh, yep. Well, these are all lamp related, so we might as well use the heckin' yellow wire here. So, you're getting... Logic comes in, logic comes out. You're getting power. You don't seem to give a shit if you get power or not. Use the labeler to set this to, was it 80? Let's have a quick look see. Click on edit. Look at our old greenhouse control, which should be the one. Yeah, that is 100. And then we look at save less than. It's if it's less than 100, turn on. There you go. To dawn, logic reader. Logic reader is less than dawn. Your input is logic compare. Your input is daylight sensor. Looking at horizontal. There we go. Everything should be okay on that front. So now we need to actually hook this shit up. Right, I forgot that freaking airlock was there. Come on. There you go. Otherwise good, but yeah. Ran out of heckin' space again. So the batch writer. Logic reader. And the daylight sensor. And then we change over to the wire cutters and the cables, and then we'll first hook everything up before we, well, hook up the power. I can math compare unit, that's what we want. logic memory, logic reader. So if the horizontal is less than that, logic compare. And now, logic compare, alt type. Oh. Logic read, logic memory, logic compare, flashing light. Ah. Well, there's a flashing light on this thing. Oh, shit. Cut. Okay. There we go. There we go. I'll fix that on the other side. And come on, you silly cable. There we go, my friends. There we go. Okay, so now Larry Logic will be controlling only Larry Logic. Lights will be dealing with the lights. Needs a few more cables. There we go. So now, out. Logic read, logic memory, logic compare. Grow light. Variable on. Logic reader. Okay. Ah. Right. There we go. Boom. As a number. Compare says no. See, they're feeling a little sad. Oh, mother! But now they're finally in darkness. Because the neat part is now we can just keep on adding more grow lights, and they'll all be following the heckin' correct one. Nice. Now we considered powering the chip from the top. That is very true, Penguin. That did in fact help. Tremendously much. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick little refill on these. Colored cables. And they're doing okay. I should forget my old tablet. I made it green and it has the plant checking chip. But they're growing moderately well there. The most important thing is they are in fact growing. We have a tiny amount of water in this thing. Let's go put slightly more water in this one, and at the same time we go and grab the thing to look at the plants. We need to do that still. Heck yeah. Wait, what? Well, I'm glad I had a quick little check. I need to go a closer look at those as well. First we'll go here and grab that plant checking tool. Oh, we had some more of these here too. We don't need those right now. We need to go is have a look see at the water cooling system. It seems like it might be a little bit out of whack. Holy shit. That one too. Alright, I'll keep that functional. Now why, my friend, is water freezing in the pipe? Fuck. Temp there is 150. 330. Where's the coldness coming from? Probably you. Oh, wait. Oh, it's not insulated. That's why. There you go. No longer cooling down. Yeah, this entire automation also needs some more work. Yeah, we need to bring some more volatiles. And that thing running. Going through like a hard bird. Gotta take care of this. So many quick little fixes. But I don't want those pipes to burst. It won't be much, but it's something. See, immediately start making some fuel. Immediately making tiny amounts of water. Getting some pressure in here. Pressure here is going down as it is going through the purge logic. Slowly but surely. It ain't much, but it's something.
Hunger caution.
Yeah, they knap so shifty. Yes. It's extremely delicious. Tunes. Automatic lamps. They do look cool. So depressurizing works just fine, and then the repressurizing. Look at that, so fast. Crazy fast. And we never Water's too hot. Ah, it's at 50. Sorry about that, plant friend. Best I can do is a pipe radiator. Well, shit. There, at least growing. And I brought the freaking plant thing. Ooh, airlock is working. It's unfair. Your base so big. Bases that is big for me, so small. Hey, it is. It's been growing slowly but surely, and I keep on building down. Like that was the floor. Then I wanted a place that was close enough to build a large, accessibly large greenhouse, and I built it here. I just dug out beneath and then built doors everywhere. So now I can't open that one because that is not an proper airlock. The airlock door is super fancy. You have even humongous airlock doors here, but we need to make it actually work. The gas here is working, but we need colder water, and we need it fast. Shit. I did bring the bottle with me, right? I don't think I did. Yeah, let's go back. We gotta get there quickly to help our poor little planties. And the airlock working. The airlock works. It's actually pretty easy to make work once you just done it a few times, because you just have to make sure your pipes are actually connected to external vents. Like I already exploded one pipe building this thing because I put the passive vent on sideways, so it wasn't actually connected. So there wasn't actually anywhere for the gas to go. It just exploded. I need to read up on how airlocks is supposed to be set up. I don't think that will help, because I do not know why it does not work for me. I mean, it's one of the most important things, yeah, I've learned is to double check that your pipes are actually connected to the vents. Because if they keep on exploding, then it would be, yeah, the passive vent on the other side is not actually connected. Because the pump is putting in gas into the pipe faster than a vent can, get it out from there. Well, the interesting part now is that the temperature there is actually increasing. And on this side, we're at 58. Oh. Well, the equal pressure, that one again has only 1.5 liters. Okay, can I like just... Okay, just throwing it down seems to be a pretty okay way to cool it down relatively fast. When you say actually connected, pipe need to go somewhere, bah. It's actually connected, yes. You have to make sure they actually do the connection as similar to electrical wires. They need to be properly connected, and the pipes need to have, because if the pipe has nothing on the other end, it is a solid block and not, a vent. They need to touch, is what you mean. Yeah. And the connection needs to turn yellow so you can know, like, oh, they actually did go where they wanted, they're supposed to. Because, like I said, I blew up one vent earlier today by building. You see, I had a pipe. And then I checked many times that the vent is in fact connected. Because it looks like it's connected. But you know what? The connection port is on this side. Not this side. So the pipe exploded because the gas had nowhere to go. It can only contain so many moles, so much pressure. Exactly, Knapsor. And if Hanno had to go to an appointment, have you conquered the world yet? I don't know, but we have grow lights. We have enough. We have the correct atmosphere in the new greenhouse. We've stolen a bunch of atmosphere from the old one. We went through all of our nitrogen, but we're currently cool. You know what? I can leave that one there. Surely it won't freeze while I'm looking at something else. But I accidentally gave my plants water that was a bit too hot, so they're a bit unhappy currently. And apparently that's acceptable temperature, so now we can open up that one. Now slowly hot gas comes in, gets cooled down and everything. Well, these filter that shit into these, and then now we have our one-way valves that are sealed, and we'll eventually have enough nitrogen to, be worth sending somewhere. But it's at 200 degrees Celsius, so then these cooling systems also need to cool these guys down. There's all of that. We can leave this open. We're done here. Dunzo. Now we started pressurizing the base. Nice. Yeah, I mean, slowly, room by room. This one isn't... That one's kind of pressurized. It is actually pressurized, but it... Oh, how you doing, plants? Then we run down a giant ore room. The greenhouse. The ore sorting room. And I've enjoyed playing around with these airlock doors. They look so nifty. Still very cold here. I was really hoping you'd cool down a lot faster, friend.
Hydration critical.
Ah. I ain't got time for this. And here, I finally have one pipe that is linked to one of these tanks. There's actually a link to a proper, pressurized tank. And I was just amazed at how quickly it can, repressurize this space. I tried to do the same thing here, but with the outside oxygen, and it kind of worked, kind of didn't. I'll look into that closer. Then we have our greenhouse gas tank, which now has a decent amount of pressure. We have code that maintains pressure using, vents and shit. And this thing is constantly trying to bring this up to many megapascals, but we don't have any more nitrogen. So, and then this one hasn't been properly implemented yet, but we're gonna have to then do some logic so it detects the oxygen ratio and if above X, filter. And we got our grow lights, working with just some logic chips. Ooh. Question is, when he grabs the last one, will it then try to plant one more time? Now, no, you failed me. How could you bastard? And here's the question. Are you trying... You should be in a drop-off loop. But you're not. So the code's fucked. Temperature side here now at 39.6. Oh, now they're all thriving. Stole your Wheaties. I'll put them in there. Throw them in there, actually. Okay, so now the logic here needs more work, but we can get it to work. The grow light is working. We just need a separate water tank linked to the same water system. The water system is essentially... Wait, we go from there up. It's above here, kinda. We can get a link from here somewhere. Then we'll have a tank for the water here, I guess. And then I was thinking about walling up this area or some other corner of this base, and then using that to become the area for the composting. Then we can make fertilizer and all kinds of madness. But hacking shit kind of works. I'd call that a win. So let's go deal with our weak humanly needs. And the spinning light is fun. So if I put a normal light, I linked it to that one, and it just turned the light on, and I felt that one, wasn't that cool. And then I realized, oh yeah, the spinning light. So it's doing the thing. Spinning light spins. I enjoy that. And the base, how it grows, my friend. Alright, here we go now. Come on. Wham! And you can paint the spinning light. We can, no hypocrisy. How you doing? Good to know. I think I like the basic danger yellow. We've gone through an entire loaf of bread. What a day full of adventure. Spinning light is omnipotent. None can oppose its will, it's very true. Spinning light warns, and all must heed the warnings. But, my friends, I've been on now for more than 9 hours. It is way past when I should have ended. So I'm going to have to raid you all out. Thank you all for turning up. The greenhouse is growing well, and I'm looking forward to continuing with trying to figure it all out and find why Harvey has failed me. I mean, Larry. The harvesting went so well. The loop functioned exactly as it should, and then he just buggered off. I'm like, no, you're not supposed to bugger off. You're supposed to, no, the last thing once you're done, you should replant. Oh well. It is what it is. Now, what we do then is a... Oh, game did an autosave. I'm going to do a manual save because I don't trust you, machine. Never trust the machine. We shall save and we shall exit and we shall see who is out and about. And of course, we shall listen to the wondrous songs of drink and industry. Now, let's see here. Who is out and about? And what are they up to? And yep, why not enjoy some more high quality Stationeers with none other than Discount Engineer, one of the ones I first saw playing this game and who got me very intrigued and made me buy the game. He's playing with Zurilian, so he has the DLC where you have an alien that actually breathes volatiles instead of oxygen. So I'm gonna send you all over there. A wonderful streamer, a cool dude, and if you haven't checked him out, if you're not already following, well, you definitely should. Oh, he's working on rockets as well. Oh, isn't that amazing? Yeah, gentlemen, good night to you as well, Neff. Good night for everyone. Good night to everyone on the YouTube side as well. Good night, Balin. No hypocrisy. And anyone else who's lurking. Thank you. Oh, of course. Forgot to change the scene. There we go. Ah. Hello. Sorry about that. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. I hope you had a good time. I had a wonderful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. I'll be seeing you around next time. Bye-bye, Knapsaur. Bye, everyone. Hope you had a good time. And tomorrow we'll be doing, again, some game day in the morning, followed by War Fortress. Because, well, we started a new fort yesterday, and that was freaking amazing, and I want to keep on working on that one a little bit. So that'll be tomorrow, and then we'll be returning to Stationeers in, well, maybe the day after. We'll see. Well, thank you, everyone. It was it was very much... I had a ton of fun. I'll be seeing you around, friends. Stay awesome. Ta-ta.